house had collapsed. The magnitude was 6.6 in Nepal, but there was also then a repeated tremor of about 4.9 magnitude in Nepal. Nepal was the epicenter, but also this, remember, are the first visuals on your screen right now. People clearing the debris of the house that had collapsed. These are the first responders. Late into the night, minutes after that earthquake had taken place, and then the repeated tremor. People who are fear-trapped in this debris, they are being tried to be rescued by the first responders. Remember, a house collapsed, and within seconds of that earthquake, leaving no time for these families to rush out. And it has led to the stone pile, which people are trying to remove. That's been a tragic loss of life for the people of Nepal. It is a reminder of 2015 that had led to the loss of life of hundreds of people when it had hit the country in Kathmandu and other areas as well. Now, Doti at that point was, I'm told, not that badly affected, but today this mountainous region has also felt, because remember, it's also about being the epicenter of the area, and it's not just Nepal. We're also hearing that it was in Uttarakhand and the belt that is adjoining Nepal that felt also that maximum tremors. A 4.5 magnitude earthquake struck Uttarakhand, the hill state, and that had taken place about 2 to 3 days ago also. It's being seen as repeated tremors, are they, that are coming in every few days. At least 2 earthquakes were reported of about 4.9 and 3.5 magnitude as well in the hill state area that we are being told. Now, according to the USGS, saying that the epicenter of the earthquake was at 21 kilometers from Dipal in Nepal. People were up and about. Many were jolted out of their sleep. The ones who were awake were suddenly taken off guard about the ground shaking underneath. But the first visuals coming in from Nepal, because as we can see from our neighboring nation, there has been not only a heavy earthquake that was felt, considering it was the epicenter area, but also the manner in which the buildings have collapsed. I'll also soon share the visual of people who decided to camp outside, refusing to go back in despite, of course, the cold temperature in Nepal. The visuals that are coming in slowly and steadily from these areas is that people decided to camp out. There's been a tragic death toll as well. 6 people lost their life in Nepal. Let's quickly now listen in to the Chief District Officer, Kalpana Shresht from Nepal, telling us about the situation in Doti. Let's listen in.
We felt the earthquake many times, but the big shock was at night, 2 o'clock. So because of that earthquake shocks, one in our village named Purvi Chowki Gaonpalika affected mostly. In that place, 6 persons are dead, 5 are casualties, 1 recovered, and detailed information is, we are collecting detailed information. Other information are collecting, yeah. Yeah, it was very big shock that we felt at night, 2 o'clock. So many casualties and are happening here. Now we are, so just many houses are destroyed.
Okay.
At that place, 6 or 8 houses destroyed. But other areas of district information we are collecting, not detailed information we are collecting here. There are 2 families who lost their life. One is their guest. So altogether 6 persons lost their lives.
I have more updates coming in from Nepal. Pankaj Das is joining me from Kathmandu. Pankaj, what did you feel about 1:57 a.m. when the earthquake hit? Because many here across India were also jolted out of sleep. But in Kathmandu, that was clearly close to the epicenter. What was the tremor like of 6.3 magnitude, Pankaj?
It was 6.6 Richter scale at 2:12 a.m. Nepali time last night. The earthquake had its epicenter around Khaptar National Park area. It's situated in Doti district. It's the far western district of Nepal, closely to Uttarakhand border. The rescue team has already arrived here, including Nepal Army and Armed Police Force, and they have rescued so many people. A dozen of houses have collapsed in last night. We have seen in the photographs and videos circulated from there. the local people.
Is there damage reported or loss of life in Kathmandu also, Pankaj, or at least for now there is no such report coming in from the capital city?
No, there is no such report from any other countries except that Dochi area.
Pankaj, can you tell us a little bit about Doti? Why and how possibly is it that Doti has suffered so much damage? Was it close to the epicenter? Is it a mountain area? Is it right on the hill? Something that you can tell us that can help us understand about the situation there right now.
Yes, Doti is situated in the hill region and very close to Uttarakhand-Pithoragarh border, and the epicenter was in Doti. It's in that particular national park area. It's called Khaptad area. And there was an ashram of Khaptad Baba also. That ashram was also collapsed there. And since the epicenter was in Doti, that's all collapses of the houses was occurs only that way.
Pankaj, you also stay safe. Thank you for updating us with information. These are the first visuals coming in on a screen. With the first sunlight now, people are able to record more videos. According to officials, 6 to 8 houses have been damaged. This is the border area to Uttarakhand as well. Take a look at the houses that were demolished. Primarily, of course, as it looks like, some of them are kacha pakka houses. These are the villages on the hill region. Loss of life has been reported. I continue to get you the latest, and we do hope that people are safe in this area. We are going to get you the latest updates after a very short break. I'm heading into a commercial for now. Stay tuned.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. It's been a scary night for many in Delhi-NCR, North Indian Belt and Nepal after a massive earthquake that jolted people out of their sleep. That's our top story today morning. Let's begin first with the headlines. Delhi-NCR and parts of North India felt a strong tremor late last night at about 2 a.m. of an earthquake of magnitude 6.3 that hit Nepal primarily. Deaths have been reported in our neighbouring nation due to building collapse. Teaser of the film The Kerala Story triggered a storm. Film claims conversion of 32,000 women in Kerala. Also that they joined the IS allegedly. FIR to be filed, opposition demanding a ban. India Today's explosive news quake. Tharoor's jibe hints that all is not well within the Congress party and are widening cracks. He taunts Rahul Gandhi, says he needs to take likely and if possible a break from the yatra to focus on Gujarat elections. In some international news, who will win control of the US Congress midterm to decide Biden and Trump's future? Projections show Republicans are a favorite. New Zealand will take on Pakistan in the first semi-final of the T20 World Cup at the Sydney Cricket Ground today. If you're tuning in just now to India Today, it's been a scary morning with an earthquake of magnitude 6.3 that struck primarily Nepal and the northern belt of India as well in the wee hours of Wednesday morning at about sharp 1:57 a.m. It has sadly led to the loss of life of 6 people in Nepal's Dhoti. This after a house collapsed in the area following the earthquake. What you're looking at is primarily to help you understand the belt that did feel that strong tremor and a repeated tremor that returned after the main earthquake. We're looking at Delhi primarily to help you understand the belt of India, a neighboring nation Nepal, and tremors were even felt in China. So this was the belt where that earthquake of 6.3 magnitude with a depth of 10 kilometers at the epicenter was felt. 2 a.m. sharp. Many people rushed out of their home across these regions, refusing to go back in. Many even camped out overnight, lighting fire, specifically in the hill state areas. We are being told, according to the National Center of Seismology, that it was about 10 kilometers of depth that was faced. Now, this, remember, was followed by a 4.9 magnitude reported in Nepal time at about 8:52 p.m. And this perhaps reflective of the manner in which the visuals that are now emerging we'll put on our screens as well of what happened after that as people decided to check on each other, and this is what we saw. It was in Nepal's Dhoti where there has been loss to property and loss to life that has been reported. 6 people dead, 5 injured of 2 families after a house collapsed in the mountain region, and that are the first visuals coming in with the first light. As morning, people woke up, checked on each other, that the houses, about 6 to 8 houses have been damaged, according to officials, the chief district officer who had spoken to India Today. And now I want to quickly go across to Pankaj Das, our colleague there in Nepal, to help us understand the situation. First, Pankaj, tell us what, for people in Nepal, was the earthquake like? Because here in India, it was definitely a strong tremor, but because Nepal was the epicenter, what and how strong was the tremor that you felt? Pankaj, if you can hear me.
Yeah, it was very shocking and very horrible situation last night when a 6.6 magnitude earthquake has came in Dhoti area, especially where 6 people have lost their life, and 3 people are only from one family. There are 2 children also there. So the people in Dhoti, they were in very shocked situation right now.
Yes. Pankaj, if you can also tell us a little bit about Doti, because these latest visuals coming in, I can see clearly houses that have been damaged, people standing outside trying to clear the debris. So it does look like a precarious situation there in Doti area. How many houses can we say have been damaged right now, and what is the location of this Doti area? How close is it to India border?
Doti is situated in the far western region of Nepal. It's very close to Pithoragarh border. It joins the Uttarakhand border. It's very near to Pithoragarh. So this shock has also felt in Uttarakhand also.
Yes.
Doti is in hilly region, and the epicenter was in called the Khaptad National Park area. So.
Can we say, Pankaj, that it's primarily Doti that has suffered the property damage and the loss of life, or could there be, is there any other information that you're hearing of possible damage in areas across Nepal?
The police and army team has already started searching in all that affected area, but there is no casualty and no other injured people have been found since that last night. Only the local administration has told us that only 6 people have dead and 5 have injured. They have all sent to the hospital and now they are out of danger.
Pankaj, please keep updating us, and we hope that people in Nepal, a very deer-friendly nation, that everyone's safe. But there's been a tragic loss of life, about 6 people, 5 injured. And this, remember, officials are only trying to find out more, specifically in Doti area, if there has been any damage. But it is in Nepal, which was primarily the epicenter there. We're also being told that in Uttarakhand, which of course borders Nepal and is very close and is on that belt, there have been tremors of about 4.3. So it was 6.3 magnitude that hit Nepal, but even in Pithoragarh, there was strong tremors of about 4.3 magnitude on the Richter scale that was heard. This, remember, is 1:57 a.m. Twice it was felt as the main earthquake and the tremors that follow after that as a usual pattern. And many people who were sleeping jolted out of their sleep, rushed out. People who were already awake realized how strong the tremor as the ground underneath started to shake. Ceiling fans, lamps, the bed, all of that. And they realized that it is an earthquake and rushed within seconds outside, many refusing to come back in for a long time. Now, in fact, many people are heading to their workplaces or back inside, realizing that perhaps the worst is yet and worst is over. Let's quickly look at about the impact here in India and what were the states that did feel the tremor. It was primarily the northern states, the northern belt, and that was adjacent to Nepal and China. We're looking at, of course, the national capital, Delhi, and the NCR region, which means Uttar Pradesh, Haryana. There were people constantly updating on social media and checking on each other if everything is fine, because it was a very strong tremor. Uttarakhand, the hill state, again that borders Nepal, Pithoragarh felt about 4.3 magnitude as 6.3 was witnessed in Nepal. We're also talking about neighboring Punjab, parts of Punjab, and in Madhya Pradesh. So this was the belt that we are looking at. Even in Himachal, parts of Jammu and Kashmir, all of this did feel a very strong earthquake. But the belt that was adjacent to Nepal, and even in parts in northeast as well, have felt the tremors of the earthquake. We'll continue to share information. Remember, we're trying to find out from our colleagues across the country where all that earthquake was felt and if there's been damage anywhere. And we hope not, but we are trying to update you with that information. I want to take you to Uttarakhand because Ankit Sharma is there in Dehradun. Ankit, it was in Pithoragarh that I hear there has been damage. There has been, the reports that are coming in are not very good because it is adjacent to Nepal as well. What are you picking up? Was it a strong earthquake in Uttarakhand? Which parts of Uttarakhand have felt the worst of those tremors? And what are you updating us with the information on that? Ankit.
Well, there have been few earthquake instances in the last 4 days. The first earthquake came in on Sunday at a Richter scale of 4.5 magnitude. And if you talk about today, early morning at 1:57 a.m., when the earthquake struck Nepal, it also jolted many districts of Uttarakhand as well. And because Pithoragarh is nearing the Nepal area where the earthquake struck obviously received impacts. However, there is no official comments on any kind of damage so far. Pithoragarh also received another earthquake at 6:27 a.m. at a magnitude of 4.3 on Richter scale. So this was like receiving an aftershock post the first one. So people are under scare, and like you said, people were compelled to move out of their houses when the earthquake struck, and the tremors were felt in many districts of the state and other state as well.
Ankit,
So,
what you're telling us
authorities
is
are
very
looking into it.
crucial. Ankit is also telling us that in the past few days, at least 4 days, there has been repeated tremors that have been felt, not of a high magnitude, but Uttarakhand, the hill state, has been facing. And perhaps that is something that seismologists and scientists would want to study as well. Ankit, stay safe. Thank you so much for giving us that information. So that's what Uttarakhand felt at about 2 a.m. But the worst, of course, was in Nepal, in Doti. These are terrible, damaging visuals that we can see. People, of course, first responders are the local residents, the villagers who are rushing in to help. Take a look at this. Complete wall collapse of these kacha pakka houses. But this clearly looks like a huge house that has collapsed in full. We're talking about an earthquake, lasts barely for a few seconds and then collapsed suddenly. Here are, as you can see, the cracks on the wall. Of course, armed forces personnel, as always, on the job and are trying to rescue as many people. And we can clearly see this must have been perhaps a second or a third floor, but it has come crashing down. And the debris there of the pillars of wood and, of course, the bricks. This is the Doti visual in Nepal. Doti is where the maximum impact has been felt. It's a mountainous hill region. This is where a house collapsed, leading to the tragic loss of life of 6 people, 2 families, out of which 6 people have been confirmed dead. 5 have received injuries. According to the chief district officer, they are telling us 6 to 8 houses have been damaged. They are trying to ascertain more. With the sunlight now in the morning, they're trying to find out if there's been much more damage. But this area has suffered maximum damage in Nepal right now. And we'll try to get you as much information as possible on that. Doti in Nepal. Listen in now through the night. There have been constant voices, details that have been coming up. Or what is the situation like? Remember, 2 a.m., most people fast asleep, going to sleep. This is what they felt.
Quake, and then after that, there was an alarm, and then we went outside just because the earth was shaking, and we saw the ceiling fan, and it was also shaking, so we had to move out of the building.
Almost 30 seconds तक तो हम लोगों को फील हुआ. उसके बाद हमने न्यूज़ चैनल ऑन किया, पता चला 6.2 मैग्नीट्यूड का है, तो तब हमें फील हुआ कि नहीं, सच में काफ़ी पावरफुल अर्थक्वेक था ये वाला.
हम सोए थे, जब हम निकले तो पूरा रूम हिलने लगा, तब हम लोग बाहर आए. इसके बाद फिर 10-12 सेकंड के बाद फिर हिलने लगा.
हम लोग सो रहे थे अंदर, लेकिन हमको तो पता नहीं चला. फिर फ़ोन आया कि भूकंप आया है, तो फिर हम उठे. लेकिन फिर जब दूसरी बार आया तो हमारा भी बेड पूरा एकदम हिलने लगा. फिर सब लोग पूरे मोहल्ले के बाहर लोग आए.
हाँ, 1.5 से 2 के बीच में आया था. हल्का बहुत. हम लोग ऑटो में बैठे थे, ऑटो से निकल के भाग गए. सवारी तो सबको निकल के भाग गया, तुरंत सबको निकल के भाग गया. हल्का झटका महसूस हुआ, तुम लोग ऑटो से निकल के भाग गए.
1 से 2 के बीच में हमको झटका महसूस हुआ और पंखा उंखा सब हिलने लगा. हमें ऐसा लगा कि भूकंप आ गया है, तो मैं सभी लोगों को बाहर निकाल दिया घर से, तो थोड़ा राहत का सांस लिया.
All right, I want to quickly go back now to Uttarakhand because I can now confirm with some details of about 4.3 magnitude that had hit in Uttarakhand, which of course compared to the 6 magnitude on the Richter scale for Nepal. But because it jolted Pithoragarh area, according to the National Center for Seismology, the earthquake of magnitude 4.3 occurred on 9th November. This exactly is the quote with the latitude and the longitude given. The depth was 5 kilometers, which is not very long, which means that the impact must have been very strong for Pithoragarh. And there are further details that are coming in. Ankit, I want to bring you in now. First, I'm running this visual on our screen right now. This is Rudrapur area. This is the CCTV footage that is on, and of course the people who had to rush out. But that, as a CCTV footage, is a clear reflection of this. If the buildings are shaking, that perhaps signifies the level of magnitude and the impact that would have been of the earthquake. But also our colleagues in Nepal are saying that Doti is right adjacent to Pithoragarh, which means if the maximum impact and damage has been felt in Nepal, similar could have been felt in Pithoragarh. Do tell us a little bit about Pithoragarh, Rudrapur area of the visual that's on our screen, a little more about what the impact was in Uttarakhand.
Well, if we talk about Pithoragarh, it is far different from that of Rudrapur. Pithoragarh is an Himalayan district with steep ridges and steep mountains as well, high altitude area, and it is one of the most remotest districts in Uttarakhand as well. It nears the Nepal border, and people are also living at Indo-Nepal border for many years. There are far off areas as well where it is almost very difficult to reach in the situations of disaster or any mishappenings. So obviously, because it was near Pithoragarh, the epicenter was 90 kilometers away from the Pithoragarh district in Nepal, in the Dhoti district. So one can assume that the impact must have been there in Pithoragarh as well. So the authorities, as of now, have not commented or given any statement on any damage so far from Pithoragarh, but authorities are looking into it, what could have happened, and they are trying to find out. So as soon as they come up with the updates, we'll update you as well. So wherein Rudrapur is concerned, Rudrapur is a plain area. It nears, it shares its border with Uttar Pradesh, and it is a plain area, and it is also a heavily dense populated area as well. So the civilization is heavily dense over there, and if any kind of mishappening or natural calamity had caused any destruction, it would have been very big because of the large population. So and you said it right, because if we see the CCTV footage and the images that came in initially when the earthquake struck at 2 a.m., one can assume that how powerful was the earthquake. The building was shaking up, and because of the shock of wave that led to the whole Uttarakhand state, Delhi, Bihar, and other states as well, it was really devastating.
Ankit,
so
keep updating us.
It looks like devastating. Yeah.
What Ankit is telling us is also, it's very scary. Remember, a few seconds of that earthquake and the jolt. People who could manage to rush out, but there's been damage being reported. The visuals, that is from Dhoti in Nepal. But like Ankit also said, Rudrapur, for example, and I'll run the CCTV footage, that was off specifically the building that was shaking, but that borders Uttar Pradesh. So let's now bring in my colleague Abhishek Mishra. You can also see, apart from Ankit Sharma in Dehradun, there's Rohit Singh from Patna. This is the belt that had clearly felt and are reporting tremors. I want to quickly bring in Abhishek. Abhishek, I understand that you're constantly trying to get more visuals and voices from different parts. But if I can quickly get an update of what you're picking up from across the state. It's a big state, and officials must be on the job to ascertain if there's any damage to loss of life. If you can hear me, Abhishek, what is the situation like in Uttar Pradesh? All right, we seem to have that audio issue there. I'll just get back to Abhishek. Himanshu, let's bring you in because Himanshu Mishra is in Delhi. हिमांशु, आप मौसम विभाग के सामने ही खड़े हैं, यहाँ पे सेस्मोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट भी है, हमें डिटेल्स दें। 2 बजे रात को ऐसा भूकंप आता है इतना बड़ा कि नेपाल में डैमेज भी रिपोर्ट हो रहा है, लॉस ऑफ लाइफ भी रिपोर्ट हो रहा है। किस तरह से आपको अपडेट आ रहा है इस भूकंप का, हिमांशु?
देखिए, जो भूकंप आया रात में, वो नेपाल में जो उसका एपिक सेंटर था वो 10 किलोमीटर डेप्थ के अंदर था, और उसका इम्पैक्ट, चूंकि वो डेप्थ काफी थी, इसलिए 7 स्टेट्स में, इंडिया के अलग अलग 7 राज्यों में, जिसमें उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, जम्मू कश्मीर, दिल्ली, इसके अलावा उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल प्रदेश और मध्य प्रदेश, इन 7 राज्यों में इसको फील किया गया, इस भूकंप को। लेकिन गनीमत रही, क्योंकि जो मिनिस्ट्री है वो लगातार इन सभी राज्यों से, जो लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है उनसे लगातार संपर्क में, उनसे बातचीत की, और अब तक की अपडेट ये है पूजा कि कहीं से किसी तरीके की कोई नुकसान की जानकारी हिंदुस्तान के किसी भी कोने से नहीं मिली है। ये गनीमत की बात रही है, और उसकी वजह ये बता रहे हैं कि जिस तरीके से जो डेप्थ थी, डेप्थ ज्यादा होने की वजह से उसका इम्पैक्ट जो है वो बहुत ज्यादा नहीं देखने को मिला। नहीं तो जो 6 से ऊपर, जब भी अगर भूकंप रिक्टर स्केल पे 6 से ज्यादा होती है तो उसका बेहद नुकसान देखने को मिलता है। क्योंकि देखिए, जब 2015 में जो नेपाल में भूकंप आया था उसको भी राजस्थान तक फील किया गया था, लेकिन जो उसका नुकसान था वो बहुत ज्यादा था, और उसकी वजह वजह थी कि उसका डेप्थ उतना ज्यादा नहीं था। तो यहाँ पर लगातार अथॉरिटीज न सिर्फ अपने लोकल जो एरिया हैं उनके संपर्क में है, बल्कि इंडियन अथॉरिटीज लगातार नजर बनाए हुए हैं नेपाल पर, वहां के सुदूर क्षेत्रों में कि किस तरीके का नुकसान वहां पर हुआ है, क्योंकि नेपाल के कुछ एरिया ऐसे हैं जहां से अभी पूरी खबर आनी बाकी है, पूरी तस्वीर साफ होनी बाकी है। यहाँ पर मौसम विभाग के दफ्तर के बाहर हम मौजूद हैं और यहाँ से भी लगातार नजर बना के रखी जा रही है हर पल पल की गतिविधि पर। Pooja.
All right, Himanshu is telling us precisely about what the department is saying about the quotes that are coming in about confirmation of this earthquake. Remember, these are unpredictable earthquakes. You cannot really predict it in the first place, but the least that one can do is save oneself and hope that it does not impact much. And there has been damage reported in Nepal, not from in other parts of our country. Our reporters are constantly trying to get us visuals and updates. Rohit is in Patna. I want to quickly go across to him. Rohit, I understand through the night you've been trying to get voices, but do tell us just those first moments. Our viewer who've been tuning in today morning, waking up, perhaps not realizing that there was an earthquake last night. Do tell us how people across Bihar, specifically adjoining Nepal, felt that earthquake.
Well, it was a scary night for people of Bihar. Like rest of the country also, we see that at least 7 states that were impacted because of this earthquake that hit Nepal, and Bihar was also them. And people in the middle of the night, they came out of their houses when they saw that and when they felt that their house was shaking, or maybe the bed on which they were sleeping, it was shaking. They came out of the houses with their family members to save their lives. And it's only after half an hour or 1 hour that they were reassured that there were no aftershocks that were being reported, that they went back into their houses. As Nepal is concerned, we have seen that 6 people have died in the earthquake till now. But as far as Bihar is concerned, till now there has been no report of any loss to life or property. But there is always a fear that because Bihar is neighboring to Nepal, so there could be some sort of an impact that can be seen or that can be heard here in Bihar also. But that till now, thankfully, has not been reported, though there has been some loss of life in Nepal. But thankfully, in Bihar, there has been no loss of life, no loss of property. Till now, we have been speaking to our battery of reporters also in the districts, but they say that the people in the various districts are scared because of the aftershock. Because remember in 2015 when that devastating earthquake hit Nepal, there were at least aftershocks which were felt across next 3-4 days. So they are fearing that something like that could happen this time also. So there is a sense of fear in the mind of the people, but nothing major, no major loss of life or property till now has been reported from Bihar. Pooja.
All right, that's good to hear. We hope it stays like that. Rohit Singh from Patna, Ankit Sharma from Dehradun, Abhishek Mishra from Lucknow, Himanshu Mishra from Delhi. I want to thank all my colleagues for constantly reporting and updating us through the night. It was a scary night, and I request all of you to stay on because you're trying to constantly find out about reports coming in from across the country, from Nepal, and perhaps what was the impact in China as well. I'm heading into a very short break. If you have a story to tell us, if you were awake at that point, what was the earthquake like, do update us. And we would love to show at least some of the details that are coming in on that. Thank you so much for watching. Take care.
The wait is over for the Business Today MTRA Best B Schools survey. More than 300 of India's best B schools compete for top honors in the most definitive guides to B schools in India. Which are the top 5 B schools? Will there be a new number 1? Who has the best placement record, the best facilities, the best technology? All this and much more in the Business Today Best B Schools survey.
different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the bigger stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Was it easy for you, particularly in Tamil cinema? When you did a Tamil film, did people immediately say, Kamal Haasan's daughter, she's had it easy?
No, it opens the door. It definitely opens the door, and I never take that for granted. But staying in the room is always dependent on the person. I'm very proud to say, and I'm sure she is as well as my dad, they've never picked up the phone and asked favors for me for my career ever. So it's been an exciting journey of me figuring it out. And they're always there to give me advice. But no, it doesn't. It opens the door. There's no question about it. But it's a really lovely handbag which you have to fill with cash.
Presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Aata. Raho 4 kadam aage.
you some international news now, because it's the high-octane midterm elections that are underway in the United States of America. The midterm polls assume significance because the outcome could be a reality check on whether the ruling government right now will stand, that of Biden, and will decide what shape the future takes for the USA, setting the stage also for 2024 presidential elections. Now, US President Joe Biden reiterated concerns about democracy. Defeated predecessor Donald Trump hinted at another run for presidency, but in a verdict that could show the pulse and mood of public on the Democrats' governance and Biden's presidency, millions of Americans have already cast an early ballot for elections. All 435 seats in the United States House of Representatives, along with 35 US Senate seats and 36 governorship, are up for grab. Republicans will need to pick up 5 seats at least to take a majority in the House and just 1 if they want to control the Senate. There are a host of issues that are rolling for the voters there. And in this morning telecast, let's quickly go across to Lenka White, joining us live from New York. Lenka, you know, it's going to be interesting because it's not just about elections. It's also about whether Trump can return. Where do the Democrats stand? How is the election and precisely what is the ground sentiment looking like, Lenka?
This is a great point that it's not only about the current midterm elections, but it's also actually about ex-President Trump possibly returning back. The mood, you know, people are definitely watching the TVs. All of the channels here are swamped with the elections. You know, anchors are reporting, but as of now, there are actually no precise results. As you might know, this might take days, which not many people realize. So as of right now, there are still sort of guesses coming here, but people are excited, and definitely many of them went out to vote because of what's going on around us.
All right, so Lenka, where is the stage of the election right now? Is it still underway? Has it concluded for the day? What are you picking up, and how was the campaign like from both Biden and from Republicans as well?
So as of now, many states have already closed their polling stations. You know, at the moment in New York, it's 10 p.m. I actually have one polling station here down my building, and they are right now wrapping up. And many people came here. There was a queue, you know, people are standing outside of the building. There are many polling stations across the city. And it's really hard to say because it's tricky with the US midterm elections because many people are mailing in the ballots, and many of these are actually going to turn out to be Democrats, And on the other hand, Republicans are more often voting in person. So there is this kind of mismatch, and each of the states has different votes, like rules, on how they count it and when they count the mail-in and the ones which are in person. So some of the states actually have the rules to count it by tomorrow. Some of them still have like a few days to go. It's a really surprisingly sort of messy situation.
And how has the voting been? Has there been a good turnout of people? Are there specific areas, for example, let's say in Florida, where Republicans could have an edge, or any other state that, you know, we can talk about that has reported a higher number of people voting? Any sort of pattern that you're hearing of right now?
Yes, definitely. As of now, the results, even though they are not precise, it's been reported that out of the 435 seats which are on grab in the House, already 82 has been to Republicans, which they have gained by these 2 seats already, and Democrats are having 47, losing 2. So it is sort of expected that Republicans will gain minimally the House of Representatives and possibly also Senate, but Senate is much tighter, so we have to stay firm and wait for the results.
And do take us back a little while. You know, President Biden, since taking over, has been constantly reiterating that it's the Democrats who must come in. It's about democracy. We must not let Trump or his ideology continue. So it's been as much about that since the moment Biden has taken over. And yet Trump is giving the feelers that he or his party would like to return to power in 2024.
So, as you said, Biden has been definitely talking a lot about democracy. He has been talking a lot about abortion and a lot about Trump. President Trump has been, ex-President Trump has been more talking about things like inflation, immigration, crime, which are the core values of the Republican parties. And at the moment, for example, in New York, you know, the crime rate is really high. I personally am scared sometimes to walk on the street during the day that, you know, my colleagues got punched in the face at like 2 p.m. afternoon. So even though many people like to hear this kind of values, oh, we are for democracy, we are against abortion, we are in favor of abortion, still there are some core issues each of us is facing and touching you really deeply, like economy, like crime, you want to be safe. So, as you said, Biden is very pro-democratic. He made a speech a couple of days ago following, you know, Nancy Pelosi attack on her husband. And he again reiterated how important it is to have democracy. But he's not addressing the biggest issue which people have, which is the economy and the crime.
Lenka, please stay on with me because it's very interesting what you're telling us. Of course, there are these big issues of democracy as Biden claims or what Trump wants. But these are also basic issues that matter for any country. It's about law and order, crime, employment. That perhaps is the American dream that many talk about, and that also still is a concern. Stay on with me, Lenka White, because President Joe Biden and his arch rival, former President Trump, locked horns in this midterm elections. Listen in to what they had to see while they were urging people to vote.
If you all show up and vote, democracy sustained. Not a joke. This is not hyperbole for the second time. Not a joke. It matters. It's in your hands. And look, you're one of the reasons why, as I said, I've never been more optimistic about the future of this country. I look at America reasserting itself to lead the world in the 21st century.
I would say, in the strongest way, it's a country-saving election, specifically including the election of all the people that I'm going to name. I'm going to be making a very big announcement on Tuesday, November 15th at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida.
So here in India, if you're wondering why these midterm elections in the United States of America are so crucial, let me take you through some of the quick pointers, because it's not just about the midterm elections. It's also about the top leaders as a Republican or a Democrat and what it could actually mean for India. For example, Joe Biden's presidency is at stake. It's about House of Representatives. It's about the state Congress. Who takes over can perhaps take claim later to the government for 2024 presidential elections as well. Let's take a look at other points as well. This, remember, many are looking at former President Trump and his return as well, because Biden's approval ratings are less than 50%. Has he been the leader that many thought he will be after President Trump was defeated? The verdict will set stage for 2024 elections. That, of course, will it be between Biden and Trump, or will there be other two candidates? Now, the buzz is over that Trump could possibly be returning. Now, he has given feelers, but he has said that he's very, very likely, probably going to return, but it's not yet a confirmation about when that could begin. The results will determine about 118th US Congress, and that perhaps will have a global impact about who will lead United States of America. So these are some of the few pointers that could be interesting. I want to now go again to New York and bring in Lenka White, correspondent there. Lenka, I hope I was correct with those pointers, because it is not just about, like we were talking about, the midterm elections. It's perhaps that bigger message that is coming in about who will set the stage for 2024. So how has been Biden's journey in the United States of America? You know, many were angry with US President Trump. It was a Republican. They wanted a Democrat. But has he been able to set the stage like Americans would have wanted him to be?
You know, as you mentioned, many people just wanted to get rid of Trump, actually, and that's why they voted Biden. And I have heard that from many of my colleagues and friends, you know, there was just no one else we could vote for, apart, you know, and many of them just don't want Trump, so they go for either Biden or Democrats. Even now, one of my colleagues told me he's just going to go to vote for Democrats because he doesn't want Trump to come back. So that's definitely a big clash here. And as you asked, President Biden, since the beginning, he had it a little bit easier in this way since 2020. Because, you know, the Democrats were in the House, the majority. The Democrats had majority also in Senate, 51-50. So he had it a little bit smoother with many of his aggressive policies since the beginning, which he did, for example, the aggressive bill on infrastructure. You know, after COVID pandemic, there were many sort of favors to people coming in. And also, for example, in terms of student loan, he did a lot. So I personally think he tried a lot, but a lot of it was printing money, which now actually is sort of a backlash towards him. And, you know, Republicans are happy about it because inflation is just skyrocketing. It's about 10%, 13% past 2 years. And it's because of all these bills he has been doing, printing money, you know, and now it's sort of coming back at him.
Interesting what Lenka White is telling us, because a little dip for Biden's presidency in popularity means that Republicans will want to jump in. And of course, there are issues that will matter. Lenka, stay on with me because I want to tell our viewers here in the country about the biggest American challenges right now. And on top, perhaps for globally now, specifically due to Ukraine-Russia war, also has been inflation, the price rise. That has affected many people across the United States of America and remains a key concern. But it's the risk to democracy, the manner in which leader, and remember we're talking about one of the biggest superpowers, will be able to retain that. Cost of living, again, similar to inflation and price rise, has gone higher, specifically for the real estate prices that are becoming unaffordable now for a common American citizen. We're talking about crime and gun violence, abortion rights. Remember, many women are protesting across the United States of America that they will not be able to have abortion rights that they had earlier after Roe versus Wade was overturned. Immigration, this concerns as much Indians and other nationalities as well, people who want to migrate to the United States of America. Will it be tightened if Republicans come? How has it been with the Democrats? Education, primarily, if it is affordable, if it is accessible. Climate change, remember, and foreign policy are global issues that continue to be a concern for America. How ensuring will America be for climate change, not just in lecture and words, but also primarily in action? And foreign policy, of course, not as much just for America, but the manner in which it is interacting with other nations, specifically India and the subcontinent. I want to bring in Lenka White here from New York, because Lenka, we've been trying to understand these issues. Of course, for United States of America and its citizens, this is midterm elections. But for people across the world, they will want to see about the impact it has globally. Do you think in today's time, specifically whether it's inflation, whether it's Ukraine-Russia war, or all sorts of changes that are taking place in the global order, that what happens in midterm could be an indicator of the global impact, Lenka?
That's a great question. Definitely, I personally believe so, because as you mentioned a while ago, you know, Ukraine, Russia, now a war in Europe, right? So the Republicans have been promising that they don't want to see this big outflow of money coming from the United States to Ukraine, because like no one knows where it's going really, and the taxpayers are paying for that. So Republicans want to sort of, you know, first of all, audit what already has been promised to Ukraine, but also to cut down on that. And Democrats are opposite in this. So if Republicans would, you know, grab the majority during this election, we could also see a different trend and approach on the war in Ukraine and Russia. So that's going to have a big impact. And of course, also Republicans are more concerned internally. They don't put so much emphasis on things like climate change. So I definitely think it's going to have a bigger impact. And as we have been speaking a while ago, it will also give us some kind of forecast on who might be the next president of the United States and where it's going to go.
Please stay on with me because more guests are now joining me, and I request you to please stay on with me because now joining me, Ross Fengold as a US political analyst. Ross, it's very interesting that the midterm elections that are underway, Republicans would want at least an upper hand this time. How's Florida looking? I hear that it is going to be a victory for the Republicans there, but because Democrats want to keep the hold, President Biden and his party will not want this to go to Trump or his party or Republicans because we're looking at 2024 as well. Why do you think this is a crucial election?
Well, as you said, it really sets the stage for the next presidential election, yes. Even though it feels like we just had one. It was only 2 years ago. But the campaign season for president will begin immediately after this midterm. Literally, possibly within a week, if President Trump makes a formal announcement, as he kind of hinted that he would on November 15th. And then Biden will have this decision to make. When will he formally announce that he will not seek re-election? And that will open up the field for a contested Democrat Party yes. primary over the course of 2023 and 2024. Ultimately, not a lot of legislating will get done in the U.S. Congress, and we'll have a president who is probably a lame duck. He'll probably look to do some things in the foreign policy space because he won't be able to do much in the domestic policy space.
Are the elections that you think are currently midterm, what are the issues that do you think Americans are voting today in the midterm? Because it's not presidential elections, it is midterm, it is primarily more local in nature compared to looking at bigger issues of, let's say, foreign policy. What do you think are the issues that afflict today's America, specifically perhaps the youth of the country?
Of course, economic issues and
yes.
more specifically inflation. That's the one that a lot of people talk about. In some parts of the country, clearly crime and public safety have become an issue. And that might even be an issue in some parts of the country that normally are considered favorable to Democrats. For example, New York State has a very close governor race. And normally you would expect the Democrat to win easily. She's the incumbent. She raised a lot of money. But public safety, especially in the New York City area, has become a real topic in recent months. It's constantly in the news. That would include people of all ages, not just older folks, but younger folks in the New York City area have been thinking about public safety because they're affected by it. Foreign policy, yeah, you're right. It typically doesn't play a significant role in most U.S. elections, whether that's elections for federal office or for local offices. But interestingly, this time around, people are they're aware of what's going on in Ukraine. They're aware of the increasing debate about how much the U.S. should support Ukraine. And China is there. It's not absent as an issue from this election. Republicans tend to talk about it more than Democrats do. But this issues, for example, about bringing manufacturing back to the United States from China, very much a local issue, not necessarily a foreign policy issue.
And considering because you're in Taipei, in Taiwan, it's also about the US's relationship with Taiwan. For us here in India, it's also about US supporting Pakistan, how much, all of that are also concerns. Please stay on with me. I request you, Ross and also Lenka, because Hiral Sachde is also joining me from New York. Hiral, hello, how is the situation looking like for the elections? Is it still underway? Is it concluded? When are we expecting the big decision? Because everyone will want to know whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans who had a sway in the midterm polls in US.
Okay, while I was getting ready for this update, what I have for now is that the Senate race is looking very tight. Both Republicans and Democrats have about 40 seats confirmed so far, but counting is still on. And as far as the House goes, it's swinging heavily in the favor of Republicans. But important thing here is that Nevada is still finishing its last polling. So once those votes go into counting, that is going to be one state which is going to be heavily weighing in on the election final results. So
you mentioned an interesting bit, Hiral, that Republicans for now seem to be having an edge. Any reason are you picking up? Could be because of that, because President Biden came as this individual who was perhaps, that Trump was not wanted. He's the one who represents democracy. But if the midterm elections are looking perhaps different from that, what could be the issues that you think that people want to vote in Republicans for midterm?
So as per the experts and even historically speaking, usually the party that is in the White House or is running the government usually faces this kind of response in the midterms. And another key factor is inflation, which of course is right now a biggest concern for every American, every citizen here. And that is something I think the Biden administration has been inadequate in whatever efforts it has made so far to rein in the inflation. So that has clearly been a big deciding factor. And that is what we are seeing, which is, I think, influencing most of the voting that is happening tonight.
Hiran, are we looking at the diaspora vote here as well, whether it's from the Asian side or others as well? Do you think that could play a part for those who can vote, of course, in America, that could play a part in the midterm elections, that the issues that matter to them, they will want to vote accordingly? Do you see that also has it been a part of the midterm campaign?
Well, interestingly, the Biden administration has been very trying to woo the Indian diaspora specifically. I also know for the fact that they are trying to garner the Latino votes, the Native Americans. But there is a bit of I've read somewhere that the Latino votes are now equally aligned with the Republicans. And the issue is not mainly because it is Biden or anyone else, but it's the inflation. Like I said, it's the issues that are facing the country, and they really want to try out another option at this point of time to see if things change on the ground level for somebody who's trying to meet their day-to-day needs.
Right. It's been a lovely conversation. Thank you so much, Hiral Sachdeva, Lenka White, and of course, Ross as well, Ross Fengol joining us from Taiwan, because we want to see what the midterm look like. Could it set a stage for 2024 US presidential election? Remember, this will have a global impact as well. Thank you so much to our guests for joining India today and giving us your views. But this is a big story and I want to keep tracking it. Remember, it's now, of course, night for America. The morning will tell us what precisely is the one for House of Representatives and the Senate. Thank you so much for watching. I'm heading into a very short break. Have a great day. You can always log on to indiatoday.in for the latest. Thank you.
Amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Europe saw the world's biggest rise in arms imports in the past 5 years, a trend set to accelerate following recent rearmament commitments. How are arms traded across the world, and what is this industry's worth? International trade in conventional weapons is worth an estimated $100 billion USD annually. The industry's products range from light weapons to warships and military defense systems. Nearly 40% of arms exports originate in the United States, but Russia, France, China, and Germany are also major suppliers. Europe shows the strongest growth in trade, 19%, a trend that should consolidate with the new Russian threats. Widely accessible weapons cause suffering and destruction. A global treaty aimed at reducing the irresponsible transfer of conventional weapons came into force in December 2014. Its strict criteria controlling sales aims to ensure participating countries avoid breaking international embargoes and reduce the number of weapons used for genocide, war crimes, or terrorism. Many of the 130 signatory countries, including the US, have still not ratified the arms trade treaty, while Russia and China have not even signed it. The International Committee of the Red Cross says there is still a discrepancy between political commitments and the ease with which arms are transferred to actors who do not respect international law.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Are you planning for an interplanetary visit? Why not take a bullet train to Mars? Yes, you heard it right. In a few years, that will be possible. Thanks to Japan's interplanetary commuting plans. Researchers from Japan's Kyoto University in collaboration with Kajima Construction are working on this plan. It's called Hexa capsules. And the transportation system is called Hexatrack. As you can already figure from its name, the trains will have hexagonal-shaped capsules. The capsules will use electromagnetic technology which is already used in maglev trains in China and Germany. According to the proposal of the Japanese researchers, a mini capsule with a 15-meter radius linking to the Earth and Moon. For connecting the Moon and Mars, a 30-meter radius capsule will be needed. Researchers at Kyoto University plan to build a habitat that would recreate the facilities on Earth. It is to tap into the terrestrial, natural capital. The researchers aim at building a narrowed living structure in the shape of a champagne flute with artificial gravity, green areas and water bodies, complete with public transportation. The structure will be known as the glass. But something like this would take years or centuries to build. Isn't this exciting? Interplanetary travel for everyone, even when you are not an astronaut.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully. Tata Intra V50.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines on the top of burning question. Delhi-NCR, parts of North India felt strong tremors of an earthquake of magnitude 6.3 that hit Nepal primarily. 6 dead in epicentre Doti in Nepal. Teaser of the film The Kerala Story triggers a storm. Film claims conversion of 32,000 women and that many of them joined the ISIS. FIR to be filed. Opposition is demanding a ban. India Today's explosive news quake. Tharoor's jibe hints at widening crack within the Congress party. Tharoor taunts Rahul Gandhi, says hope Rahul Gandhi can take a break from the yatra for Gujarat elections. Actor Rashmika opens up about receiving online hate. Says, I understand, I'm not everyone's cup of tea. In international news, who will win control of the US Congress midterm to decide Biden and Trump's future? Projections though show Republicans are a favorite again. In some sports news, New Zealand to take on Pakistan in the first semi-final of the T20 World Cup at the Sydney Cricket Ground today. Controversy has erupted over the teaser of a film, The Kerala Story. Now, what is so controversial about it? The Kerala Director General of Police directed Thiruvananthapuram Commissioner to register an FIR on the teaser of the Kerala Story film. Now, the FIR is based on a complaint sent to Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. The High-Tech Crime Inquiry Cell has conducted a preliminary inquiry in the matter. Report has been sent to the DGP, whose direction came based on this report. This after one journalist from Tamil Nadu, Arvind Dikshanbiyar, had written a letter to Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan after having watched the teaser of the to-be-released movie, The Kerala Story. In this letter written to the government, this journalist has requested the government to call the director of the film, investigate the veracity of the teaser. The character, because, is claiming that 32,000 girls from Kerala were being converted, and many of them later even joined the terror group ISIS. Produced by Vipul Amrullal Shah, directed by Sudipto Sen, the teaser depicts heart-wrenching story of approximately 32,000 women from Kerala who were radicalized and then joined the ISIS terror groups.
दफन हो चुकी है। मेरा नाम शालिनी उन्नी कृष्णन था। मैं नर्स बन के लोगों को सर्व करना चाहती थी। अब मैं फातिमा बा हूँ, एक आईसिस टेररिस्ट इन अफगानिस्तान जेल। और मैं अकेली नहीं हूँ, मेरे जैसे 32,000 गर्ल्स कन्वर्ट होके सीरिया और यमन के रेगिस्तान में दफन हो चुकी है। एक नॉर्मल लड़की को एक खतरनाक टेररिस्ट बनाने का सबसे डेंजरस खेल चल रहा है केरला में, और वो भी खुलेआम। क्या कोई नहीं रोकेगा इसे? ये है मेरी कहानी। ये है उन 32,000 लड़कियों की कहानी। मेरा नाम शालिनी उन्नी कृष्णन था। मैं नर्स बन के लोगों को सर्व करना।
This is a clear case of misinformation. There is nothing happening in Kerala like that. This is only to tarnish the image of Kerala in front of the rest of the Indian states. This is a narrative of the communist forces. This is a Sangha Parivar agenda. They are trying to spread the hatred among the people.
I would like to wish all the best to the team of Kerala Story. Kerala is one of the best states in India, but yes, we do have some issues. Radicalization and nearly 100 people joining ISIS terrorists is a very serious issue that we confront. Definitely it should be highlighted, but saying that 32,000 girls have gone missing from Kerala and India is a gross exaggeration. That's a lie, and we should not encourage such lies. I'm a proud Hindu activist. I fight issues like forced conversions. We should definitely have an anti-forced conversion law, like Father of the Nation Mahatma Gandhi said. But the point is, we need to have a proportion, a sense of proportion when we deal with sensitive matters.
Let's go to Thiruvananthapuram, because India Today Shivimol KG is tracking all the latest on that. Shivimol, how has this teaser suddenly led to a controversy? Is it about the claim of the number? Is it about that they are joining ISIS? Because there are concerns, though, that had come from Kerala about radicalization.
Well, Pooja, it's the number that's caused a major row here, because it says 32,000, which in fact which everybody has declined. Everybody has said that the 32,000 number is an exaggeration. It's not true. No records show 32,000, and that too in the last 10 years is what the movie specifies. Now, from what we're understanding, a Tamil Nadu-based journalist had filed a complaint. He had sent a complaint with the Broadcasting Federation as well as Union Minister Anurag Thakur, and he had also sent a mail to Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, saying that the movie exaggerates the numbers. It's not factually right. And in fact, this is an attempt to tarnish the image of Kerala. And he goes on to say in the complaint that Kerala is a part of India; it's a state. But this film is trying to show it otherwise, saying that 32,000 people joining women, Hindu women, that specify the Hindu women joining ISIS in the last 10 years. So that's what directed Chief Minister Chief Minister directed Kerala DGP Anil Kant to look into the matter, and that's when, based on a report filed by the Kerala Police Cyber Enquiry Cell, Kerala DGP has now directed Thiruvananthapuram Commissioner Sparjan Kumar to take note of this, to file an FIR on the film's makers. In fact, the movie, when we spoke to the leaders here, we heard opposition leader V.D. Satishan saying that it's completely exaggerated. This is not, in fact, he has called for a ban on the film. He said, no, we are not against freedom of expression or anything when it comes to making films, but factually it needs to be correct, is what he has gone on to say.
So has there been an incorrect fact at all, or has there been an exaggeration in that case? That's now being debated. Shibimol, stay on with me, because this Kerala story is going to become a huge showdown as well. Already a complaint and an FIR is being filed, and whether the number 32,000 is correct or not. That's our top story. We will continue to track the latest on that. We have some more news coming in. Let's take a look at that. All right, we have big news now coming in from Kerala. Kerala governor's top aide has quit. Kerala governor's legal advisor has quit right now from the position. That's the big resignation. Remember, there's already a governor versus Kerala chief minister fight that has been raging on. Arif Mohammed Khan, the governor, and Pinarayi Vijayan, the chief minister, have been at loggerheads, but all right, so that's the big news on your screens right now. Kerala governor's top aide has quit. This, remember, while Pinarayi Vijayan, the chief minister, and the governor, Arif Mohammed Khan, have been at loggerheads for the past few days. Now, when the aide quit, the only short statement that came from him was, "The reason is best known to you." This is Kerala Governor Arif Mohammed Khan's legal advisor, Jaju Babu, and the Standing Council of the Chancellor of Universities, MU Vijay Lakshmi, submitted their resignation yesterday. None of them have specified any reason, but have said for reasons known to you also in this letter to the Governor. Kerala High Court had held that the final order of the Chancellor should not be issued until a decision is taken by the court in the writ petitions filed by the Vice Chancellors challenging the show cause notice against them. Let's quickly go across to Shibimol KG on that. So Shibimol, for the past few days, there's been a constant war of words between the two, but the legal aid to quit for another person, another second person I gather has quit. Why precisely do you think that has come about now?
Well, in fact, it's come as a little surprising also, because the legal advisor here, Mr. Jaju Babu, has been the legal advisor to governors in Kerala over the years. Since 2009, he's been appointed as the legal advisor to Kerala governor. And of course, the Standing Council, MU Vijay Lakshmi, who is the Standing Council of Chancellor, which is governor itself of our universities, have also quit. It's come, specifically if we have to notice, it's come after High Court had held that no action, no order of governor will come into picture or will be implemented regarding on Vice Chancellor's resignation until the court has made a final order or court has given a final verdict on the writ petitions filed by the Vice Chancellors against the show cause notice. Now we know the governor has issued a show cause notice, to all the Vice Chancellors to submit a reply as to why they should not be removed. Out of the 11 Vice Chancellors, from what we are understanding, all 10 of them have given a reply, and that's when the court had yesterday said that we will need time, we will have to go through the replies, and only then we can take an action. Till then, no action should be initiated by the governor or the chancellor, is what the High Court had said. And right after that is what the resignation has come. Now, this definitely is a big blow, because in the letter also, they have not specified the reason. From what we are understanding from the format of the letter is that there was a discussion between the governor and the legal advisors on this, and it was a mutually agreed one, or was there?
Very interesting. Shibimol, keep tracking the latest on that. It appears that one of the top 8 has now quit, and the reason is the reason best known to you, written in that letter. Just to reiterate about the resignation that has come in, and that from close to the governor. This is legal advisor Jaju Babu and standing counsel of the Chancellor of Universities, MU Vijay Lakshmi, submitting the resignation. It's a shocking threat by the Dravida Munnetra Karagam Neta stoking a controversy. Delhi-NCR has shared a video that DMK Neta's public threat was being given. And the threat, I quote the Neta here, disrupt event, get killed. This threat by the DMK Neta caught on camera and alleged threat to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now the video that this is being shared by the AIDMK, the party in opposition. The mayor says, in this place where I am mayor of the corporation, where I'm the district secretary, if anyone is trying to disrupt the event, then whoever it is, their head in action, saying that that they are going to be beheaded. I don't care if there is a case against me and I'm a lawyer for over 32 years, I will face it.
அந்த கொடிக்கு இடையிலே அடுத்த நாள் காலையிலே பார்க்கின்ற போது அந்த கொடிக்கு இடையிலே பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சியின் கொடியை செறிவிவிட்டு பல இடங்களில் சென்றிருக்கிறார்கள். என்னை பற்றி உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், பொறுத்துக் கொள்வேனா? திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தில் 20 ஆண்டு காலம் அடிபட்டு மிதிபட்டு இன்று தமிழினத்தின் தளபதியாக விளங்குகின்ற தலைவர் அவர்களால் மாவட்ட செயலாளரும் மாண்புமிகு மரியாதைக்குரிய மேயராகவும் இருக்கின்ற நான் விடுவேனா? நேரடியாகவே சென்று அத்தனை கொடிகளையும் நம்முடைய தோழர்களை வைத்து அகற்றினோம். பிஜேபிக்கார நண்பர்களுக்கு சொல்லிக் கொள்கின்றோம், நான் மேயராக இருக்கின்ற இந்த மாநகராட்சியில்.
Let's bring in now India Today's Akshay Anath for the latest on that. Akshay, it's absolutely shocking because this doesn't look like a random Neta of the DMK. He is a mayor of the corporation, he's a district secretary, and for him to issue this threat knowing that he's on stage.
Well, yes, Pooja, this is a shocking reality that is happening in the state of Tamil Nadu. And this is not the first time that a DMK Neta has made such a remark. This has been an ongoing issue. And earlier, we'd even seen Chief Minister M.K. Stalin issuing a warning to all the members of the DMK, even stating that people should realize what they are talking and not get into unnecessary controversies. While the mayor was talking to us, clarifying about this video also, he had said that he did not make any kind of death threats, but he was only warning people who are trying to create unnecessary hindrances to the party. He went on to quote about an earlier instance just a few days earlier when the DMK was planning for an event wherein the BJP had tried to, put on their flags at a DMK event, and where in the last minute they were forced to remove those flags. So going on to talk about that, it was seen that the DMK mayor said this remark was only made to warn those people, saying that these kind of activities will not be taken lightly. And as far as the body movement, his hand gesture, wherein he had tried, using his hand, like trying to show like slitting of the throat, he clearly says that he did not make any such things. It was just a mosquito sitting there which he was trying to remove. So, these kind of remarks that the DMK says and is trying to justify is very shocking. Meanwhile, BJP State President Annamalai, speaking exclusively to India Today, has also gone on to say that, this is an age-old tactic that is being used by the DMK, and it only shows the power of BJP and the growing rate in which BJP is establishing itself in the state of Tamil Nadu. And they have also gone on to say they'll continue the aggression of being a responsible opposition party in the state of Tamil Nadu, Pooja.
All right, keep tracking the latest coming in there with regard to a DMK Neta saying, if you disrupt this event, you'll be beheaded. That's a mayor of the corporation saying, we will be waiting for a reaction coming in from the top DMK Neta, and if this mayor decides to apologize, even if it's opposition, to say, I will take care of everything, I don't fear a case against him. This is what perhaps VVIP aggression looks like in the state of Tamil Nadu. Is all not well in the Mallikarjun Kharge-led Congress party, and the one taking on right now with the issues inside the party is Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Days after Congress veteran Mallikarjun Kharge took charge as the Congress president, there are rumours of a widening rift. In conversation with India Today, Congress Member of Parliament Shashi Tharoor has spilled beans on party's decision of selecting campaigners in upcoming election states. Congress MP has revealed that he wanted to campaign in Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, both election-bound states, with regard to upcoming elections and, of course, for the party. But the leadership did not appear to require his service, which is why he was not made the star campaigner in either of the two states. Taking a jibe also at Rahul Gandhi, Mif Tharoor is now adding he hopes that Rahul Gandhi can at least take a break from the Bharat Jodo Yatra and focus with campaigning in Gujarat and also Himachal. Remember, Tharoor lost the battle for Congress president to Mallikarjun Kharge, who won with a margin of almost 7,897 votes. Here's what he said. This was in conversation with executive editor of the India Today magazine, Kaushik Dekka, who spoke to Shashi Tharoor.
Rahul Gandhi is doing this Bharat Jodo Yatra. At the moment, he is in the southern states. He would go to Maharashtra. But elections are happening in Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh. Now, how do you see this? Do you think this is a kind of a good political move to do the yatra in southern states at the moment? Because, as you said, the narrative is correct. You have the correct message. But as you said, that how do you take it to the people? You are not getting it right. So what's your comment on that?
Well, I would say the Yatra has been a huge success wherever it's gone, in the sense that the public reaction has been positive and inspiring in large numbers. Thousands of people have shown up every morning, early in the morning, late in the evening, to support him, to march alongside him, and so on. I think the issue of Gujarat and Himachal is certainly a valid question, and I'm assuming that both he and other leaders will, if necessary, take a break from the Yatra to go and campaign there. Because these are important states. We can't just neglect them. As far as the political message is concerned, we've taken the national messages. So he's talking about unemployment. He's talking about inflation. He's talking about intolerance and communal harmony. He's talking about issues that matter in every state of India, not just in an election-going state. And to that degree, that message is coming across. In Gujarat and Himachal, he will also have to talk about local issues that are relevant to the voters there. In particular, in both states, there are existing BJP governments, and anti-incumbency will be a factor. And there's also a threat from another opposition party that's on the rise, and we have to confront that as well and show how we're different. So the messaging has got to be focused on the state elections when you're in the state. But the Bharat Jodo Yatra, the messaging is national.
You tried to fix Congress problems by contesting for the presidential poll, which you lost. But do you see any change? Mr. Kharge has won. Has he reached out to you to make amends to the party? Has Mr. Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi or Priyanka Gandhi, anyone has reached out to you to take you along? Because you have many things to contribute to the party. Elections are coming in two states, Gujarat and Haryana. So, do you have any role to play in fixing the party and making the party win in these two states?
Well, I'm not on the list of star campaigners that the party has issued for both states. So I'm afraid under our rules, you have to be on that list. Otherwise, when you travel to a state, the Election Commission can deduct your expenses and so on from that of the from the account of the candidate you are supporting, and that could be a bit of a problem. So clearly, if the party had wanted me to campaign there, which I was willing to do, they would have included me in that list, and they have not. So that's the party's prerogative. But on the question of the individuals you mentioned, I did meet them all after the election. First of all, I went and congratulated Mr. Kharge within 15 minutes of his victory being announced. I went to his home. I was happy to be proudly photographed holding his hand up, because we were all along taking the line that this was an amicable contest between colleagues, not between rivals or enemies. And that was the spirit in which I went in, conceded defeat, and expressed my support for him. And subsequently, there was the swearing-in ceremony on the 26th, where I personally went to the 24 Akbar Road, and after the formal part was over, we had retreated into, first of all, Mr. Kharge's own office, where he sat as in the president's chair, and then to a back room for a cup of chai, and I was there with both him and Mrs. Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi and many other leaders who had led the Kharge campaign, and there was no bad blood at all. Since then, yes, I have not heard from them, but it's also true that it's early days yet. So it's not even been a month since the elections were declared, results were declared. Let's give it time. I'm certainly looking forward to the Parliament session, where I hope I can have a chance to contribute to the Congress's messaging in Parliament. And thereafter, I still have my constituency where I'm traveling again tomorrow. There's a lot of things to be done, which I'll continue to do, even if at the moment the party feels it doesn't need me in Gujarat or Himachal. I can be in my constituency and elsewhere in the country. There is still an audience for what I have to say, and I'll make sure that I'm heard.
It was a scary evening and night, in fact, for many people in Delhi-NCR, northern belt of the country, but specifically Nepal, after the mega earthquake that took place at 2 a.m. I have some of the defining images that we have compiled overnight over the earthquake that struck Nepal and India. 6 people have lost their life, 5 injured after a house collapsed due to the earthquake in Doti district of Nepal, with 6.3 earthquake that took place in the wee hours of Wednesday morning. Local residents rushing to rescue for people who were feared trapped in the debris after the houses that collapsed in Doti due to the earthquake. They are trying to remove the debris and trying to rescue the ones trapped. Rescue officials and personnel, including the Nepalese army, armed police force, reached Nepal's Doti district for relief and rescue operations through the night and early morning. Residents in absolute fear in Doti in Nepal, seeking shelter outside in the cold, and with regard to camping precisely through the night as their houses crumbled due to the devastating earthquake. .3 magnitude earthquake struck Nepal on Wednesday morning and has led to the loss of life of 6 people at least. These 6 people died after their house collapsed in the Doti district in Nepal following the earthquake. Nepal's capital city Kathmandu and adjoining areas also felt strong tremors at sharp 1:57 a.m. Many people jolted out of their sleep, and those awake rushing out of their houses for safety. Now, the depth of the earthquake was about 10 kilometers, and that's one of the reasons that the impact was felt so strongly, according to the National Center of Seismology. This follows a 4.9 magnitude earthquake, which was reported in Nepal at 8:52 p.m. yesterday. So there were repeated tremors that were felt by people in Nepal. At least 3 countries, Nepal, China, India, felt that effect of the earthquake and the tremors, which means strong tremors felt in parts of North India like Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, also Delhi-NCR.
Many times, but the big shock was at night, 2 o'clock. So because of the earthquake shocks, one in our village named Purvi Chowki Gaonpalika affected mostly. In that place, 6 persons are dead, 5 are casualties, 1 recovered. And detailed information is, we are collecting detailed information. Other information we are collecting, yeah. Yeah, it was very big shock that we felt at night, 2 o'clock. So many casualties and are happening here. Now we are, so just many houses are destroyed. Okay. At that place, 6 or 8 houses destroyed. But other areas of district information we are collecting, not detailed information we are collecting here. There are 2 families who lost their life. One is their guest. So altogether 6 persons lost their lives.
Let's go across to Kathmandu live. Joining me right now is Pankaj Das, because remember, Nepal has felt the maximum impact, the damage there on your screens right now. Pankaj, what precisely are the locations that suffered? So do tell us about Doti, because parts of it are adjacent to Uttarakhand as well here in India, where also in Pithoragarh the tremors were felt. So tell us about the impact. What are the rescue officials are attempting right now? What is the death toll looking like?
The rescue operation is going on by Nepal Army and Armed Police Force here, but there is no casualty, no other body found. After that, after rescue operation started, the death toll is 6 people have dead and 5 people have injured who have sent to hospital. Prime Minister has instructed to the rescue team to search operation to continue the search operation and ensure to where the people will live whose house has damaged in this earthquake.
Pankaj, keep tracking the latest on that, because the visuals running around screen show what exactly must have happened late last evening. We are talking about 1:57 a.m. sharp Indian Standard Time, but look at the impact with the first sunlight that came. Of course, the Nepalese army and the rescue personnel on the job, damaged houses. You know, literally the first or second floor coming down on the ground floor. First responders, the local residents trying to remove and clear the debris, but it has led to the loss of 6 people. These are 2 families, as the chief district officer was telling us. 6 to 8 houses damaged, 2 families suffered, 6 people dead, 5 injured. People trying to rescue as many trapped people as they could. 2 a.m. remember, most people were either fast asleep or were jolted out of sleep and rushed out of their houses. This is a mountain area of Doti in Nepal. So while it was, of course, Nepal, which was the epicenter and has now seen that damage, remember, for many it was a reminder of the 2015 earthquake as well, where hundreds of people had lost their life. But even across India, take a look at these visuals on your screen as we have compiled of what viewers have been sending overnight. National Center for Seismology has said epicenter was in Nepal, about 90 kilometers southeast of Pithoragarh in Uttarakhand. But in Delhi-NCR, Ghaziabad, Gurugram, Lucknow, people jolted out of their sleep, rushing out of their houses and high-rise buildings. You can see whether it's the ceiling fan or the lamps or the chandeliers, even the CCTV footage, look closely, of Rudrapur in Uttarakhand. The building shakes, the office premises, clearly reflective of what could have happened. A building shaking at this level shows the impact of the earthquake at about 2 a.m. that hit the northern belt of this country.
I was in the office when I felt the earthquake, and then after that there was an alarm, and then we went outside just because the earth was shaking, and we saw the ceiling fan and it was also shaking, so we had to move out of the building.
Almost 30 seconds तक तो हम लोगों को फील हुआ. उसके बाद हमने न्यूज़ चैनल ऑन किया, पता चला 6.2 मैग्नीट्यूड का है, तो तब हमें फील हुआ कि नहीं, सच में काफी पावरफुल अर्थक्वेक था ये वाला.
हाँ, 1.5 से 2 के बीच में आया था. हल्का बहुत, मान लो ऑटो में बैठे थे, ऑटो से निकल के भाग गए. सवारी तो सबको निकल के भाग गया, तुरंत सबको निकल के भाग गया. हल्का झटका महसूस हुआ, तुम लोग ऑटो से निकल के भाग गए.
1 से 2 के बीच में हमको झटका महसूस हुआ और पंखा उंखा सब हिलने लगा. हमें ऐसा लगा कि भूकंप आ गया है, तो मैं सभी लोगों को बाहर निकाल दिया घर से, तो थोड़ा राहत का सांस लिया.
So, of course, while Nepal was the epicenter, even in Uttar Pradesh, in Delhi-NCR, at about 2 a.m., people suddenly started to message each other, check on perhaps the impact that they could have felt. In Lucknow as well, as you can see, people did feel that impact in Uttar Pradesh and the belt of Uttarakhand and adjacent to Nepal. Therefore, I want to now bring in Abhishek Mishra from Lucknow. Abhishek, what was Lucknow like for the viewers who've just tuned into India today and may have missed the tremors last night? Do tell us about what people are telling you in Lucknow.
Well, absolutely, Pooja. The earthquake which came in Nepal was also evident in Uttar Pradesh and most of the districts. The people have felt it. Approximately in 2 a.m. in the night, 1:57 to be precise, people felt these shocks. It was about 10 to 15 seconds. It was a consistent, feeling for about one time. And it also came back after a while for about after 30 or 25 minutes, where people were saying that they have felt it. Now, since it was a late night, so most of them were actually sleeping. But we have spoken
spoken to some of the people here, and they have told us that the feeling was very shocking. They never felt it before, and it was indeed since consistent enough, so they were actually able to identify that it's not a nightmare, it's not something which they are misconceiving. It was actually an earthquake. So some of the people I have spoken to, they left their houses immediately. They took some precautionary measures. They tried to identify it. They tried to inform to their children or to the relatives, but with the grace of God, it was not much impactful. And as far as reports are concerned in Uttar Pradesh as well, there are not much reports of any sort of mishappening or any damage which has happened. Yes, the administration is taking proactive measures. They're identifying the houses and the areas where the property is very old, more than 50 to 60 years, and if it could be a situation, so that is something which has been done. But yes, the impact has been felt in Uttar Pradesh as well, not just in Lucknow, but in Azamgarh, Varanasi, Prayagraj, Jaunpur, Kanpur, Farrukhabad. They have been the district where people have felt. We are getting the reports from the interiors, but luckily and with the grace of God, no, any mishappening as such. But yes, indeed, the impact of Nepal's earthquake was also felt in Uttar Pradesh and most of these areas as well. Yes.
Abhishek, stay on with me, because while Abhishek has been reporting through the night, telling us and trying to get us voices, here's what across the country people felt at about 2 a.m. and I'm sure you did as well. But national capital, Delhi, felt the tremors of the massive earthquake that started and the epicenter that was in Nepal. But take a look closely in this image. Ceiling fans, chandeliers shaking. So even if just for a few seconds that it lasted, this was definitely a strong tremor that most people did feel across the national capital. Uttarakhand's Rudrapur. This is the CCTV footage. Look closely of how the building shakes for those few seconds when Uttarakhand, where the hill state and is also neighboring to Nepal, at about 2 a.m. when this earthquake took place. And this signifies the impact of the 6.3 magnitude. It was 4 almost for Uttarakhand. But not just that, in other places in Kashipur in Uttarakhand, an office premises, the CCTV footage shows the impact of the quake and the shaking building. Uttarakhand's Udham Singh Nagar, again a hill state, the ceiling fan shaking. No property damage, however, has been reported from Uttarakhand just yet. Moradabad in Uttar Pradesh. This glass chandelier that was shaking right at about 2 a.m. 1:57 sharp when it lasted for barely few seconds. But many people have reported another tremor that followed. Usually is a pattern with earthquakes, and that's why many people had rushed out and refused to come back in, at least for the next few hours. So it was a scary night for many in the northern belt of the country. I'm heading into a very short break, but when I return, I get you some other stories. Cinema star Rashmika Mandana has broken her silence on the constant hate that she has been receiving, and this to address the online trolling that is a concern for many, specifically women. But what about women film stars? Let's bring you what sort of online hate that she had been receiving. The big story after a very short break.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Facing a vicious troll attack online, cinema star Rashmika Mandana has now finally broken up her silence, and this on the constant hate that she's being received. Penned a lengthy note to address the online hate that she has been at the end of. Rashmika said that she was asked to ignore the negativity, but it has only got worse. The young diva also spoke about being targeted for things she's not even said ever. She said, and I quote from that letter on your screens, "A couple of things have been troubling me these last few days or weeks or months or maybe even years now. I think it's time to address it. I'm only speaking for myself, something I should have done years ago. I have been on the receiving end of a lot of hate ever since I started my career. Quite literally, it appeared a punching bag for a lot of trolls and negativity out there." Now, the actress has further added that the trolling has been quite demoralizing often, as she has put in a lot of work to make her fans and audience happy. This, remember, a long letter with regard to the online hate that she has received. And not just her, popular movie star Samantha Ruth Prabhu is in an interview also revealed that she was battling an autoimmune disorder called myositis. Sneha Mordani explains what the disease is, how one can cope with it.
Some days are good days, some days are bad days. Some days, ఒక్కొక్క రోజు అయితే ఇంకొక అడుగు ముందే ఏలేనని అనిపిస్తుంది. But
superstar Samantha breaking down as she talks about a fight against myositis, an autoimmune disorder. She's been ruling the screen and is one of the most popular actors in the country today. And for the first time, she's publicly spoken about her health condition.
Some days are good days, some days are bad days. Some days, ఒక్కొక్క రోజు అయితే ఇంకొక అడుగు ముందే ఏలేనని అనిపిస్తుంది. బట్ కొన్ని రోజులు తిరిగి చూస్తుంటే ఇంత దాటేసి వచ్చాను అనిపిస్తుంది. I have to fight.
The actor last month had shared the shocking news about her autoimmune disease, myositis. In spite of her health condition, Samantha has been focusing on her work. She's been promoting her upcoming film, Yashoda. Her motto, she says, has been to shower, shave and show up. Samantha has clarified that myositis is not life-threatening and that she's fighting back. So what is myositis? It is a rare autoimmune disorder that leads to inflammation and weak aching muscles. Those suffering from myositis tend to have frequent falls and get tired easily after walking. Even standing can be exhaustive. The disease can affect other organs. It can cause weight loss and night sweats as well. In most cases, the pain and feeling of being unwell are eased with drugs. Saying that she's fighting back, actress Samantha has resumed work and earning praise for a positive attitude. In New Delhi, Sneha Mordani for India Today.
I'm heading to a very short break, but when I return, I want to get you some international news that may have a global impact as well. Who will win? The control on the US Congress midterm elections are on in America to decide Biden and Trump's future. Projections are showing, though, that Republicans could be a favorite. Again, what happens to Biden then? We'll get you the latest after a very short break.
by Conclave has a very special guest. So a journalist will go by live examples. How does a diverse, plural society also become an equal society? They had a blast, and it made you wonder, we had more women in parliament, you would have much more fun than we have at the moment. Do you concede that you are facing a crisis of a kind that was unimaginable for a party that your grandfather started?
Violence, violence, violence.
Kuda politics is now on from Delhi to Punjab. It's a mega BJP Aam Aadmi Party face-off before Delhi civic elections. Is the big Aam Aadmi Party attack now on the BJP over the garbage pile. So first, Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, heads to Ghazipur landfill site, which is at the border of Delhi. And the BJP has hit back, pointing to Punjab garbage heap. These are explosive political war over the garbage and its landfill sites. That is now the big issue for Delhi and Punjab. These are different visuals on your screen. One, Manish Sisodia landing up at the Ghazipur landfill site. That, remember, in the past few years has even caught fire sometimes. It's become a huge issue. The BJP says, the Aam Aadmi Party says it's under the BJP-ruled MCD. They haven't been able to clear it. And now the BJP said, let me take you to Punjab, where that garbage heap hasn't been cleared yet by the Aam Aadmi Party.
कूड़े का पहाड़, कूड़े का पहाड़, कूड़े का पहाड़। आजकल अरविंद केजरीवाल कूड़े के पहाड़ की राजनीति कर रहे हैं और पिछले दिनों वो गाजीपुर में एक लैंडफिल साइट पे गए और उन्होंने उस कूड़े के पहाड़ को दिखाते हुए एक अजूबा दिखाया कि देखिए दिल्ली के अंदर ये कैसा कूड़े का पहाड़ है। लेकिन मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ वो कूड़े का पहाड़ आखिर है क्या। वो है एक लैंडफिल साइट जिसको गाजीपुर के अंदर 1984 के अंदर बनाया गया था। आज मुझे आना पड़ा पंजाब के अंदर लुधियाना में इस लैंडफिल साइट को, इस कूड़े के पहाड़ को दिखाने के लिए, जिसकी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को कोई फिक्र नहीं है, ना ही उनके मुख्यमंत्री भगवंत मान जी को कोई फिक्र है। आज मैं बताना चाहता हूँ ये जो कूड़े का पहाड़ है ये लुधियाना के अंदर आता है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आज तक इसका जिक्र नहीं किया, इसलिए मुझे यहाँ पर आना पड़ा।
दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी आज गाजीपुर लैंडफाइल साइट जा रहे हैं। पहली बार जा रहे हैं, शायद 7-8 साल हो गए उनको बने हुए, लेकिन पहली बार आज उनको टाइम मिला दिल्ली की लैंडफिल साइट देखने के लिए। कुछ दिन पहले अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब भी पहली बार गए थे। ये चुनाव के समय ही क्यों हो रहा है, सवाल ये पूछा जा रहा है। 7-8 साल हो गए बने हुए, लेकिन अभी तक टाइम नहीं मिला। आज राजनीति करने जा रहे हैं, वहां जाएंगे जरूर बताइएगा सिसोदिया जी कि 20 मीटर हाइट जो है वो कम हो गई है।
And joining me now is my colleague Shreya Chatterjee for the latest on that. Now, Shreya, as strange as that sounds, but actually this could be an important issue because it has concerned the people of Delhi and I'm sure people of Punjab. And if I can see correctly, you're right there at that landfill site, and I know the stench, the hazardous chemicals and smoke that constantly emanates from that site, that area around it is absolutely always emerging in stench. What is this politics about? Has Manish Sisodia reached there yet?
Well, Pooja, Manish Sisodia is yet to reach the place, but today we are talking about, and the scenes behind me is extremely shocking. You can see the portion of the wall. I'll ask my cameraman to first pan around and show you there's an existing wall which actually barricades the entire landfill, but this portion of the wall has collapsed. This happened on the intervening night of Sunday and Monday, so you can understand that the garbage of Delhi is now not enough to even be contained in a landfill site. It is overflowing, it's collapsing the walls, and that is the probably most shocking side that needs to be told right now to show the severity of the condition that now has reached. Politics will happen. There will be netas who will be coming on the ground. We will see Manish Sisodia visiting. But what is important is that people need to answer that is this the kind of visuals of the national capital that we want to go to the entire world, that a landfill site is now not enough to contain the garbage of Delhi. It has collapsed a portion of the wall. Now the people over here, Pooja, if I could go across to some of them to talk, they're also concerned. They don't know if anyone could have been injured, if anyone could be under the debris. There are concerns over here. We'd like to go across and ask your people. Sir, ये कितने बजे गिरा था ये? 11 बजे. 11 बजे. कोई अंदर तो मतलब
अभी किसी को पता नहीं है.
तो आप लोग ने बुलाया नहीं था कोई
इमरजेंसी बुलाया डिपार्टमेंट हमारे जो है यहाँ के?
कोई नहीं आया. सुबह आए हैं एमसीडी वाले. सुबह फोटो और कंप्लेन हुई है, सुबह हुई है. उससे पहले मना करा गया, किसी ने नहीं सुनी हमारी. और पत्थर फेंक के इनको आवाज दे के नहीं रुके ये लोग. पत्थर फेंक के मशीन रोकी गई है.
इंजरी की अभी तक हमें तो पता
नहीं. जानी नुकसान कोई नहीं हुआ है, माली नुकसान ये हुआ है.
Pooja, see, obviously the people over here, they're very angry, but what is absolutely probably doesn't need a description is the visual behind me. The walls are not enough in the landfill site to contain the garbage of Delhi. Pooja, over to you.
Very important, and perhaps, rather than just blame game, netas can reach a solution. Take a look, because what you see on your screen may appear like a small fire, a flame, but it is on in different parts of that landfill site through years now. But it's just Delhi, because Aam Aadmi Party is targeting BJP over this. Tajinder Bagga of the BJP says, what about Punjab? I'm here in Punjab. Take a look of how terrible the situation is where the Aam Aadmi Party is in government. Thank you so much, Shreya Chatterjee, for now. Let's now take you to the United States of America. It's a high-octane midterm elections that are currently underway. These midterm polls do assume significance. Why? Because the outcome can be a reality check of whether the ruling government by Biden still stands, or it could be a return of Donald Trump. It will decide what shape the future takes for America and even a global impact while setting the stage for 2024 presidential contest. Now, while US President Joe Biden reiterated concerns about democracy that must stay, defeated predecessor Donald Trump, hinting at another run for presidency. But the verdict will show the pulse and mood of the public on the Democrat governance and Biden's presidency. Millions of Americans have already cast an early ballot for the elections. It's still underway. We're talking about 435 seats in the US House of Representatives, 35 US Senate seats, and 36 governorship that are up for grab. Appears to be a local election, can have a global impact. Now, Republicans will need to pick up 5 seats to take a majority in the House and just 1 if they want to control the Senate. There are a host of issues that are rolling for the voters in America.
If you all show up and vote, democracy sustained. Not a joke. This is not hyperbole for the second time. Not a joke. It matters. It's in your hands. And look, you're one of the reasons why, as I said, I've never been more optimistic about the future of this country. I look at America reasserting itself to lead the world in the 21st century.
I would say, in the strongest way, it's a country-saving election, specifically including the election of all the people that I'm going to name. I'm going to be making a very big announcement on Tuesday, November 15th at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida.
Ross, it's very interesting that the midterm elections that are underway, Republicans would want at least an upper hand this time. How's Florida looking? I hear that it is going to be a victory for the Republicans there, but because Democrats want to keep the hold, President Biden and his party will not want this to go to Trump or his party or Republicans, because we're looking at 2024 as well. Why do you think this is a crucial election?
Well, as you said, it really sets the stage for the next presidential election, even though it feels like we just had one.
It was only 2 years ago. But the campaign season for president will begin immediately after this midterm, literally possibly within a week if President Trump makes a formal announcement, as he kind of hinted that he would on November 15th. And then Biden will have this decision to make. When will he formally announce that he will not seek re-election? And that will open up the field for a contested Democrat Party primary over the course of 2023 and 2024. Ultimately, not a lot of legislating will get done in the U.S. Congress, and we'll have a president who is probably a lame duck. He'll probably look to do some things in the foreign policy space because he won't be able to do much in the domestic policy.
And joining me now live is Lenka White from New York, and also Hiral Sachdev joining me from New York City. First to you, Lenka, because it must be late evening there in New York and of course across the country. But what is the election? Is it still underway? How is the mood like? And like we discussed earlier as well, is this really just a local midterm election, or are we looking at perhaps setting the stage for Trump to return or Biden to continue?
Great question. Definitely, I think it's a bigger picture election. It's not only local. We can see some kind of trends coming out of these elections, possibly ex-President Trump going for election. Also, with President Biden, it's uncertain. So we will see definitely what the people feel and how they feel about the local economy and how they feel about the parties and their main people. In terms of New York, we are still awaiting the results. All of the channels in television are reporting live and every minute updating on each of the states. So far, the Republicans are having a little bit more seats in the House, but all of the results are still underway.
Stay on with me, Lenka, because Hiral Sachdev is also joining me from New York. Hiral, what are you hearing about the elections that are still underway? Till when will it continue? And importantly, what does it look like for either side? Because do you think diaspora could play a role here? Is this what the American politicians are aiming at? Do tell us about the different layers to the midterm elections.
So as we speak, we do have a few more states that will be voting till 1 a.m. Eastern time. So that's a few more hours, I think 1 more hour now before it concludes. As far as the diaspora is concerned, well, it is going to be a real something that I'll be watching out for personally, and I'm sure a lot of people like me would be. If Trump makes an announcement that he's going to be running for the 2024 presidential election, yes, that is something that everybody, not just Indian, but other ethnicities and other diaspora would also be watching out for. As far as the race goes, just before this update, I was just taking stock of how things are going. Yes. And the fight in the Senate is still neck to neck, but the House of Representatives seems to be slipping out at this point. But nothing can be said till they conclude the vote count in the swing states. Absolutely. And there are a couple of big wins that the Democrats are now eyeing in a couple of key states. So that is surely looking positive to some extent for the Democrats.
Very interesting. Hiral Sachdev, please keep tracking all the latest on that, and Lenka White as well for your perspective. I'll come back to you shortly because we would also like to know where the midterm elections are heading to, whether it's Republicans or Democrats, because there could perhaps be about the relationship with India and setting a stage for 2024. Could there be a return of Donald Trump? That could be interesting. I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching. You can always log on to indiatoday.in for all the latest. Have a great day. Thank you.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
A very good morning. You're watching India's Agenda. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the top stories this Wednesday morning. Teaser of movie The Kerala story triggers storm. Film claims conversion of 32,000 Kerala women. Teaser claims 32,000 women joined the ISIS. FIR to be filed. Opposition demands a ban. India Today explosive news quake. Tharoor's jibe hints at widening cracks within the Congress. Tharoor taunts Rahul, says hope Rahul takes break yatra for Gujarat elections. Delhi-NCR and parts of North India feel strong tremors of an earthquake of magnitude 6.3 that hit Nepal. 6 dead in epicenter Doti in Nepal. Actor Rashmika opens up on receiving online hatred. Says, I understand I'm not everyone's cup of tea. Who will win control of US Congress? Midterms to decide Biden and Trump's future. Projections show Republicans are favorites. We're getting some news just coming in. Let's go straight to the oath-taking ceremony of the new Chief Justice of India. We're getting in these pictures right now of the new CGI, the Chief Justice of India, taking oath today. Justice Chandrachud to take oath as the Chief Justice of India. He is in fact taking oath right now as we speak. These are live pictures on your screens from Delhi's Rashtrapati Bhavan. He is the 50th Chief Justice of India. He will be serving.
राष्ट्रपति महोदय, आपकी अनुमति हो तो समारोह का शुभारंभ किया जाए. भारत के मुख्य न्यायमूर्ति डॉक्टर धनंजय यशवंत चंद्रचूड़.
I, Dhananjay Yashwant Chandrachud,
having been appointed Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of India,
having been appointed as Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of India,
do swear in the name of God
that
I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established,
that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India,
that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India,
that I will duly and faithfully, and to the best of my ability, knowledge, and judgment,
that I will duly and faithfully, and to the best of my ability, knowledge, and judgment,
perform the duties of my office without fear and favor, affection, or ill will.
perform the duties of my office without fear or favor, affection, or ill will,
and that I will uphold the Constitution and the laws.
and that I will uphold the Constitution and the laws.
महोदय
Anisha Mathur is joining us with more details on that story. He's become the 50th head of the Indian judiciary, with the president administering the oath of office to him at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Anisha.
Yes, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice Dhananjay Chandrachud has become the 50th Chief Justice of India in the 75th year of Indian independence. He will have a tenure of just over 2 years, and he brings with himself a lot of expectations and a lot of legacy. Justice Chandrachud has been a judge of the Supreme Court for the last 6 years, prior to which he was the Chief Justice of the Allahabad High Court, and had initially started his career as a judge of the Bombay High Court. Chief Justice Chandrachud is also the son of Justice Yashwant Vaidhi Chandrachud, who was the former Chief Justice of India, who held office for about 7 years. He's also a legacy, and that is one reason why he is expected to be a shining ray of hope as well for the Indian judiciary. The bar and the bench have been looking at his career, have been following his career closely. He is known as somebody who always speaks his mind. He is known as somebody who has always prioritized human rights, freedom, and equality. Justice Chandrachud is also known as a progressive judge who has also given several dissenting opinions, well-crafted judgments, and observations in various cases. In his 2 years as the Chief Justice of India, Justice Chandrachud is expected to tackle several issues that the judiciary has been facing, including the huge pendency, as well as being responsible for the introduction of more and more technological aspects to the way the judicial system works. And remember, Justice Chandrachud has also already in the last few years been responsible for technological upgradation of how the judicial system works. He's been the head of the E-Committee of the Supreme Court, who dealt with the digitization as well as the online virtual courts and live streaming of court proceedings. Apart from this, he has given several judgments, including the most recent one about women's rights.
Right, Anisha, I'm thanking you for the moment. Anisha Mathur getting us those details on the new Chief Justice of India, who's going to be in office up until the 10th of November 2024. Some news just coming in. This is a mega BJP AAP face-off before Delhi civic polls. Big AAP attack on BJP over garbage pile. Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia heads to Ghazipur landfill. BJP aides back, points to Punjab garbage heap. Explosive political war over garbage heaps.
कूड़े का पहाड़, कूड़े का पहाड़, कूड़े का पहाड़। आजकल अरविंद केजरीवाल कूड़े के पहाड़ की राजनीति कर रहे हैं और पिछले दिनों वो गाजीपुर में एक लैंडफिल साइट पे गए और उन्होंने उस कूड़े के पहाड़ को दिखाते हुए एक अजूबा दिखाया कि देखिए दिल्ली के अंदर ये कैसा कूड़े का पहाड़ है। लेकिन मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ वो कूड़े का पहाड़ आखिर है क्या। वो है एक लैंडफिल साइट जिसको गाजीपुर के अंदर 1984 के अंदर बनाया गया था। आज मुझे आना पड़ा पंजाब के अंदर लुधियाना में इस लैंडफिल साइट को, इस कूड़े के पहाड़ को दिखाने के लिए, जिसकी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को कोई फिक्र नहीं है, ना ही उनके मुख्यमंत्री भगवंत मान जी को कोई फिक्र है। आज मैं बताना चाहता हूँ ये जो कूड़े का पहाड़ है ये लुधियाना के अंदर आता है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आज तक इसका जिक्र नहीं किया, इसलिए मुझे यहाँ पर आना पड़ा।
दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी आज गाजीपुर लैंडफाइल साइट जा रहे हैं। पहली बार जा रहे हैं, शायद 7-8 साल हो गए उनको बने हुए, लेकिन पहली बार आज उनको टाइम मिला दिल्ली की लैंडफिल साइट देखने के लिए। कुछ दिन पहले अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब भी पहली बार गए थे। ये चुनाव के समय ही क्यों हो रहा है, सवाल ये पूछा जा रहा है। 7-8 साल हो गए बने हुए, लेकिन अभी तक टाइम नहीं मिला। आज राजनीति करने जा रहे हैं, वहां जाएंगे जरूर बताइएगा सिसोदिया जी कि 20 मीटर हाइट जो है वो कम हो गई है।
Shreya Chatterjee is getting us more details on this big story and she's joining us from Ghazipur landfill in Delhi. Shreya, in fact, I myself was shooting a story at the Ghazipur landfill and I've seen some amount of work being done by the MCD, some water sprinkling and some garbage clearance work that was happening just the day before yesterday. What I want to ask you is that this matter becomes politics. You know, there's an issue of politics each time there is elections, civic elections in Delhi, but I don't see any long-term solution in sight always. And this again has become an issue of, you know, your landfill versus my landfill, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, Sneha. You know, there will be politics that will play out over the Ghazipur landfill in years to come, because that's what we've been seeing, no solution offered on the ground. But before, you know, I speak about that, I want to just give our viewers the visuals from here. See, this is the portion of the wall that has just collapsed, because the landfill site is not enough to contain the garbage of the national capital. That is the reason you see that the portion of this wall collapsed on the intervening night of Sunday and Monday. And now we will see Manish Sisodia also be coming to visit this site. And before Manish Sisodia, we have Durgesh Pathak, who's also visiting here. Sir, it's very difficult to see such visuals. We've not been offered any solutions. It's unfortunate that the garbage of Delhi can now not be contained in a landfill site as well.
यहाँ पे प्याऊ होता था और आप देख सकते हैं ये मार्केट है, यहाँ पे हज़ारों लोग होते हैं, अपने पशु पक्षी के साथ यहाँ पे आते हैं। ये जब गिरा तो यहाँ पे 3 से 4 लोग थे उस समय। फ्रैक्शन ऑफ द सेकंड का टाइम था कि वो बच गए किसी तरह से। आप सोचिए पूरी की पूरी दिल्ली इस तरह की ज़िंदगी बसर कर रही है कि लैंडफिल साइट बन रहा है, उसको फैलाया जा रहा है पूरी दिल्ली के अंदर, इस तरह से उसको आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है। बहुत बुरा हाल हो चुका है। 15 साल हो गए, आप भी देख रहे होंगे, यहाँ पे सांस लेना बड़ा मुश्किल।
सोल्यूशन है इस चीज का?
सोल्यूशन हुआ है, अच्छी नीयत होनी चाहिए, कोई सरकार हो तो करे। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 15 साल लगा दिए इसके अंदर, 1200 करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर दिए इस कूड़े के पहाड़ साफ करने में, नहीं हुआ। भोपाल के अंदर हुआ, चेन्नई के अंदर हुआ, इस देश के अंदर बहुत सारी जगहों पे।
कह रहे हो कि अगर आपकी सरकार एमसीडी में आएगी तो ये सोल्यूशन आप लोग कर दो?
100% होगी, 100% होगी।
टाइमलाइन सर कुछ आप लोगों के पास?
भी आपको देंगे। अब आप सोचिए, आज 3 कूड़े के पहाड़ साफ करने के 40 मशीनें लगी हैं। 40 मशीन इज नथिंग, उसमें भी 23 काम करती हैं, बाकी काम ही नहीं करती।
आप बोल रहे हो कि गुड इंटेंशन इज मिसिंग?
गुड इंटेंशन है, और आप टाइम बाउंड मैनर पे करेंगे। जब हम दिल्ली के अंदर आए थे, कोई नहीं कहता था कि स्कूल ठीक हो सकते थे, अस्पताल ठीक हो सकते थे, हमने किए, हमने ये भी साफ करेंगे और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी साफ करेंगे।
Okay, so that was Durgesh Patil from the Aam Aadmi Party, who's obviously saying that the BJP has failed to tackle the garbage problem of Delhi, and yet again saying that when they come to power in a time-bound manner, they will solve it. But that is something we'll have to wait for the future. Right now, the scenes are extremely shocking. Once again, I want to just show the visuals. The walls of a landfill site is not enough to contain the garbage of the national capital. That is probably the most shocking scenes today. Politics will continue, but probably there needs to be some solution that needs to come in now. And this can't be waited anymore, because we've seen this happening for year after year without any solution.
You know, Shreya, what both of these parties always do, the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, and we are waiting for those pictures of Manish Sisodia that Shreya is going to be getting us, because the Deputy Chief Minister has just arrived. We can see these pictures, in fact, of the landfill, where the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia.
सर, यहाँ पे दीवार गिरी है, दुकानदारों का कहना है कि रात को दीवार गिरी, इसलिए जान का नुकसान नहीं हुआ।
बहुत खतरनाक है, और ये जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है, ये इसके कूड़े के पहाड़ खड़े हुए हैं। और जब जनता ने इस बार तय किया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कूड़े को साफ करना है नगर निगम के चुनाव में, तो इन्होंने साजिश रची इसकी। इन्होंने ये साजिश की कि इस कूड़े के पहाड़ को दबाने के लिए, छिपाने के लिए, इसको आसपास की खाली जगह में कूड़ा फैला दो। तो इन्होंने, आप देखो किस तरह से ऊपर से हाइट कम करने के चक्कर में 6 महीने पहले ये सारी जगह खाली पड़ी होती थी, यहाँ पे इन्होंने इस कूड़े को भर दिया, जिससे ये दिखाया जा सके कि दूर से लगे कि कूड़े के पहाड़ थोड़े नीचे आए हैं। आसपास आके तो कोई दिखता नहीं है, आसपास के इलाके में खाली जगह पे इन्होंने भर दिया इसको, और अब इसके चक्कर में दीवार गिर गई। ये तो अच्छा हुआ रात को हुआ, रात को यहाँ पे मंडी में काम नहीं हो रहा था, नहीं तो जानमाल का भी बहुत नुकसान होता।
लेकिन मनीष जी, यहाँ लोगों की शिकायत है कि बहुत बदबू आती है, यहाँ पे काम करना मुश्किल है, और जहाँ ये दीवार गिरी वहाँ प्याऊ था।
मैं यहाँ के लोगों को भी यही रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि थोड़े दिन की बात हो रही है, नगर निगम में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनवाई है, और केजरीवाल जी ने पूरा प्लान बना रखा है इस कूड़े के पहाड़ को ख़त्म करने का। केजरीवाल जी खुद इंजीनियर हैं, और वो बहुत पढ़ लिख के प्लान बनाते हैं, चीज़ों को समझ के प्लान बनाते हैं। उन्होंने पूरा प्लान बना रखा है कि इस पूरे कूड़े के पहाड़ को, और सिर्फ इसको नहीं, पूरी दिल्ली के कूड़े के पहाड़ों को कैसे ख़त्म किया जाएगा, और गली गली में जो कूड़े के ढेर बन रहे हैं उनको कैसे ख़त्म किया जाएगा। और बीजेपी जो 16 नई साइट्स बनाने की साजिश लेके आई थी, उनकी जगह अब दिल्ली में कूड़े का निस्तारण कैसे किया जाएगा और कूड़ा रहित दिल्ली कैसे बनाई जाएगी, इसका पूरा प्लान।
जांच होगी, आप जांच करवाएंगे सरकार की तरफ से भी, क्या लीगल जांच होनी चाहिए?
इसको मैं अभी देखता हूँ, अभी देख के फिर अधिकारियों से भी बात करेंगे कि आखिर ये टूटी कैसे।
पानी खराब हो गया, भूजल गया यहाँ पर।
सही बात है भाई।
खड़े मौके पूछो
कौन प्रधान है? अच्छा अच्छा, सही बात।
100 बच्चे 8 बच्चे रहते हैं,
ये उधर भी गिर सकता था।
इमरजेंसी में यहाँ पर
ये तो 6 महीने तो सारा खाली पड़ा था अभी तक।
ये
बड़ा हादसा हो सकता था। यहाँ पे बच्चों का आश्रम है, पानी इनका प्याऊ है,
काम करते हैं, मदद करते हैं,
इनका प्याऊ है, यहाँ पे पानी पीते हैं वहाँ से निकल के। अब यही यहाँ के मंडी के
हम कर रहे हैं गाजीपुर वाले,
कोई बात नहीं, मंडी के लोग खुद इतने परेशान है, मंडी के लोग इतने परेशान है इस चीज से कि इनका पीने का, भाई साहब बता रहे हैं कि पीने का पानी तक इनका खराब हो गया।
पानी बरसात में बंद नहीं होता था, भूजल से परमों से निकलता था,
हमेशा अच्छा पानी निकलता था, लेकिन इस कूड़े, आप चिंता मत करो, नगर निगम चुनाव के बाद इसको साफ कराएंगे सबको।
आप दिल्लियों की बात करते हैं,
बहुत डेंजरस है सर, बहुत आगे तक गिर सकती है।
यहाँ पर इंदिरा गांधी डाला हमें यहाँ पर, और आज तक राजनीति होती आई है, वोट दे दो, लेकिन सर हमारा जीना मौत हो रहा है। अरे वो बात कर रहा हूँ,
प्रधान जी साफ करेंगे, आप चिंता मत करो।
करो प्लीज मदद करो मदद करो
ये स्थिति
अभी ये जो और जगह भी गिर सकता है घरों में जा रही है सर, बदबू आ रही है। 4 तो मलयाली फैमिली जा चुकी सब हो गई।
ये तो ऐसे 16 और बनवा रहे हैं, ऐसे 16 और बनवा रहे हैं, आप सही कह रहे हो
सर। ये वॉल्स बहुत डेंजरस सिचुएशंस पे है और भी जगह ऐसी चीज हो सकती है, तो कोई इमीडिएट एक्शन के लिए आप लोग
नहीं, इसको यहाँ इस तरह की चीजों को तो मैं अभी बंद कराने का लिखूंगा। मुझे लग रहा है जिस तरह से ये कूड़े को फैलाने का काम अभी भी चल रहा है, ये तो अभी भी बंद होना चाहिए।
गाय मरी हुई पड़ी हुई, उनका कोई इंतजाम नहीं है। आप हिंदुओं की बात करते हैं तो गायों का इस तरीके का
बिल्कुल नहीं होनी चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के शासन में क्या हो रहा है, आप भी बताइए जरा दो लोगों को।
ठीक है विजुअल लेते रहना।
एक बार युगल दिखाएंगे किस तरह से यहाँ पर स्थिति बनी।
All right, so you heard from the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, there talking about how the BJP has been absolutely callous on this entire matter. These are pictures of the Deputy Chief Minister at the Ghazipur landfill, which is in East Delhi. Remember, the fight over landfills is only escalating with these civic polls in Delhi just around the corner. The BJP has also put out a video of another landfill in Ludhiana in Punjab. BJP's Harish Khurana has more details on that story. Harish Khurana, in fact, it's not just the failure of the Aam Aadmi Party to disburse salaries on time. Both you and the government in Delhi, the one who is at the MCD and the BJP has been for 15 years, you are supposed to be working in coordination to handle the civic issues in Delhi city, and it's a failure not only on the Aam Aadmi Party's part but on your part as well.
First of all, I would like to congratulate Delhi that for the first maiden visit of Manish Sisodia towards landfill site. He has been in power since last 7.5 years now, and for the first time, couple of weeks back, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal went for a landfill site, and today Manish Sisodia has got the time to visit a landfill site. This shows the seriousness of Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister towards Delhi problems and Delhi issues, that they don't have a time right across Delhi to visit to the landfill site. Also, I would like to ask 2 questions from Manish Sisodia. Point number 1, when MCD is already on the job and committed that by 2024, this landfill sites, all landfill sites will be finished off, and we are on the job, and 20 meters have come down already. Please tell the Delhi that how much 3 years back what was the height, and today what is the height today. Please tell the truth to the country and as well to the Delhi. Point number 1. Point number 2, and if he's so serious about Delhi problem, why 900 crores have been 90 crores penalty has been incurred on Delhi government from NGT on handling of this landfill sites, not to MCD but to Delhi government. So there is some lacking behind of Delhi government towards MCD. This shows.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Khurana.
That's what I'm saying. This shows the lack of interest, lack of what you can say. They don't have an interest of in handling these kind of problems. That's the reason 90 crores of penalty has been incurred by the NGT on Delhi government only. And for 5 years, since last 5 years, MCD is having a financial problem because of Delhi government only.
में कूड़ा गिरा दिया ऊपर से निकाल के, और ये दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे कि साहब देखो कूड़ा तो कम हो गया, लेकिन यहाँ दीवार टूट गई और इनकी सारी साजिशें दिख गई, इनके पर्दाफाश हो गया इनका।
सर, ये कितना अनफॉर्चुनेट है कि नेशनल कैपिटल का ऐसा इमेज कि एक लैंडफिल साइट इनफ नहीं है गार्बेज कंट्रोल करने के लिए, दीवारें टूट रही है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की समझ की कमजोरी है ये। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को गाली गलौज करने के अलावा, गुंडा करने के अलावा कभी कुछ काम आता है? कभी आपने सुना है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता बताते हो कि इसको कैसे ठीक कर रहे हैं? केवल आसपास फैला दिया इसको, इससे थोड़ी ठीक होता है।
सर, क्योंकि एमसीडी में चुनाव है, कोई टाइमलाइन की कब आम आदमी पार्टी इस सिचुएशन से अगर जीतेंगे
बाद और अगले एमसीडी चुनाव से पहले केजरीवाल जी का पूरा प्लान है, यहाँ बिल्कुल इस तरह का कोई ढेर भी दिखाई नहीं देगा। आप पहाड़ की बात छोड़ दीजिए।
So that's a huge message that's coming in from Manish Sisodia, who says that if they come to power in this MCD election, they will take a year they will take the next MCD elections timeline to ensure that the garbage problem in Delhi is solved. So that is Manish Sisodia, who just exclusively spoke to India today, saying and blaming and attacking the BJP for the entire situation over here.
Getting us all of those details, and Shreya, politics continues on this entire matter like we were talking about. Shreya just spoke with Manish Sisodia and we'll put that out again for our viewers. Shreya, when it comes to this landfill, and also not just the landfill, given that the civic elections just round the corner, you will see this tutu-meme between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. The fact is that they're supposed to handle civic issues in Delhi together. If the BJP ruled MCD is supposed to look at these civic issues, the AAP government is involved when it comes to payment of salaries and other financial matters. Am I correct?
Well, absolutely. That's absolutely the case, Sneha. It can't be said that this is only one political party or one probably organization where it comes to MCD that they have to deal it. Probably what we read right now is the politicians across tables to sit together if they have the good intention to solve the problem. That is something that's missing from the ground. As you were saying that we've been reporting on this incident since when? It's not a new matter. Only unfortunate that now the visuals are so glaring that walls are breaking off a landfill site because it can't contain the garbage of the national capital. Manish Sisodia here obviously banking on this because there is the upcoming MCD elections around the corner, suggesting that if they come to power, they will probably solve it in just a matter of the next MCD election. So that's the timeline, that's the window that Manish Sisodia has promised to us, which if at all is true, we'll obviously have questions to ask. But right now, what's the solution? Because these walls are dangerous right now. The garbage that you see, it's overflowing. The people in and around, they are the ones who have to live in such condition. We see netas coming and netas going. But what's the solution on the ground? That's absolutely missing. Zero good intention. We only see politics around such issues.
Shreya, I'm thanking you for the moment. We'll of course keep coming back to you for more on that big developing story. Shreya, reporting from that terrible Ghazipur landfill site in East Delhi, which of course has become a big bone of contention between the AAP and the BJP. Moving on, India Today has exclusively accessed this RTI detail over which the face-off over Delhi pollution has just escalated. Delhi Pollution Control Panel has countered the Aam Aadmi Party. There is no data on red light on, Gaadi off campaign. There is in fact no proof to show that this campaign curbs pollution. Here's a detailed report.
Gas chamber, Delhi. As air quality drops, politics escalates. The Aam Aadmi Party government and the Delhi LG are locked in a battle over anti-pollution fight. The Kejriwal government has accused the LG of stalling its battle for clean air, alleging that Vinay Kumar Saxena did not clear files related to its red light on, Gaadi off campaign. But would this drive have had any real impact? An RTI access exclusively by India Today reveals the truth. The Delhi Pollution Control Committee's response to a question seeking confirmation if a scientific study had been done by the Delhi government says that it has no such information and study related to the red light on, Gaadi off campaign. The Aam Aadmi Party is banking on common sense to claim benefits of the campaign. The BJP and the Congress have hit out at the AAP government, calling its measures to curb pollution half-baked.
अरविंद केजरीवाल एंड आम आदमी पार्टी का एक ही उसूल है, विज्ञापन पर ज्यादा जोर, व्यवस्था कमजोर। एंड देयरफॉर विज्ञापन वाले बहुत सारी चीजें करते हैं जिसका कोई असर नहीं पड़ता है। पर आज दिल्ली वासियों को प्रदूषण में झेलना पड़ रहा है क्योंकि जो असली कारण है प्रदूषण के, व्हीकुलर पोल्यूशन, डीटीसी बस नहीं खरीदी इसलिए, इंडस्ट्रियल पोल्यूशन, रोड डस्ट, इसको काम नहीं कर पाए इसीलिए ये प्रदूषण बढ़ा है।
केजरीवाल इज बीन लाइंग. ही इज नॉट मेड अ सिंगल फ्लाईओवर. He has reduced the DTC buses from 8,000 to 4,000. And this on-off is a scam. You know, they think that the people are foolish.
The Delhi LG had raised concerns over the red light on Gadi off campaign, saying that the AAP government had not provided any impact assessment report to support the effectiveness of the earlier campaigns in improving the air quality of the capital. Experts say that vehicular emissions contribute to about 51% pollution in the Delhi-NCR region.
The Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government thought that the red light on Gadi off campaign will help solve Delhi's vehicular pollution problems. But in their own admission in the RTI, exclusively accessed by the India Today network, there's never been a scientific evidence behind the starting of this initiative, which is why the Lieutenant Governor's office in Delhi also did not bring forward the files. The real question is, was politics being played with the lives of the citizens of the national capital? Meanwhile, as Delhi continues to breathe in toxic air year after year. With Ashwini Helen, this is Milan Sharma for India Today.
Well, we have some news just coming in. An application has come seeking the appointment of an administrator for the Muruga Mutt, but the state government has sought a factual report from the Revenue Department on the condition. And based on the report, the next course of action will be decided. Nothing more will be discussed on this matter, since this issue is pending before the court, is what we know. The government might just take over Muruga Mutt, is what we've been given to understand. An application to appoint administration for Mutt has been given, but the state government has sought a factual report from the Revenue Department on the condition, and based on the report, the next course of action is going to be decided. It's being widely speculated that the government of Karnataka will finally be taking over the Muruga Mutt. An application to appoint the administration for Muruga Mutt. However, the government is going to be taking some time to examine this entire matter, is what we know. Well, this comes at a time when the Mutt has been in news for all the wrong reasons, where minor girls living in the hostel of the Muruga Mutt allegedly were drugged and abused by the seer Shivamurthy. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is getting us more details on that big story. Naga, in fact, this is something that needs to be looked at very, very closely, given the allegations, very serious allegations. I don't think there are many options before the government but to look over and oversee the work of the Mutt, pretty much take over from here on, isn't it?
Well, that's true. In fact, a lot of applications have come to the government at this point of time to put in an administrator or the government to take over the Mutt. We have seen since September what has happened. The Swamiji, or the head of the Mutt, has been arrested. The Muruga seer has been arrested on allegations of molestation and rape, and that also a POXO's case and a CST atrocities case has been filed. Now, there was a temporary adjustment done where Davangere Mutt chief was also put in as Muruga Mutt chief. But now applications are coming in to the government, and government is under pressure from the Lingayat community that the government should take over the Mutt, because thousands of students study in that Mutt, and also the property of the Mutt is worth crores of thousands of crores, and lot is at stake. And that's why the chief minister also said the government is contemplating to put in a government appointed administrator, at least for the time being, but in the next few weeks we'll have a clarity about this.
Thanking you for the moment, for getting us all of those details. We'll of course keep coming back to you for more developments on that story of the Muruga Mutt, which the government of Karnataka might just take over. We're news of another controversy that's brewing at this hour. Sunny Leone's picture in an examination hall ticket. There's been a controversy over Karnataka government exam hall's ticket with Sunny Leone's semi-nude photograph on an admit card. The government has ordered a probe over the admit card. An FIR has been filed over Sunny Leone's picture on the admit card. The minister in Karnataka is blaming the candidate for the controversy is what we've been given to understand. Sagai Raj has more details on that controversy. Sagai, this is bizarre. Whose admit cart is this and how did this error really happen?
So the police have registered a complaint on the same and they are investigating further. And what we also get to learn is the education department has allowed people to upload their photos whenever they apply for this particular examination. This is an admit card and they have to upload the photograph, and someone who have applied for the teacher's examination, they have uploaded the photograph of Sunny Leon. The GK Mithun, the SP of Shimoga district, have registered a complaint and they are investigating further. And even they have claimed that this particular work has been done by a few miscreants who deliberately want to divert the issue, and that is the reason they have uploaded the photograph of Sunny Leon.
Sir, I am thanking you for the moment for getting us those details. So we have Sunny Leone's pic now in an examination hall. Admit ticket is what Sagai is telling us. In other news, there's been a controversy over the teaser of movie, The Kerala Story. Kerala DGP has directed the Thiruvananthapuram Commissioner to register an FIR on the teaser of the Kerala Story film. The FIR was based on a complaint sent to the Chief Minister, Pinarayi Vijayan. The High-Tech Crime Inquiry Cell has conducted a preliminary inquiry in this matter, and the report was sent to DGP, whose direction came based on this report. This after a journalist from the Tamil Nadu, Arvindaka Dakshin BR, had written a letter to Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan after having watched the teaser of a to-be-released movie called The Kerala Story. In a letter to the government, a journalist requested the government to call the director of the movie and investigate the veracity of the released trailer. Well, in this trailer, the character claimed that 32,000 girls from Kerala were being forcibly converted and later joined the RSS or the ISIS, in fact the terrorist group the ISIS. Produced by Vipul Amrital Shah, directed by Sudipto Sen, the teaser depicts the heart-wrenching story of 32,000 women from Kerala who were radicalized to join the ISIS terrorist groups.
मेरा नाम शालिनी उन्नी कृष्णन था। मैं नर्स बन के लोगों को सर्व करना चाहती थी। अब मैं फातिमा बा हूँ, एक आईसिस टेररिस्ट इन अफगानिस्तान जेल। और मैं अकेली नहीं हूँ, मेरे जैसे 32,000 गर्ल्स कन्वर्ट होके सीरिया और यमन के रेगिस्तान में दफन हो चुकी है। एक नॉर्मल लड़की को एक खतरनाक टेररिस्ट बनाने का सबसे डेंजरस खेल चल रहा है केरला में, और वो भी खुलेआम। क्या कोई नहीं रोकेगा इसे? ये है मेरी कहानी, ये है उन 32,000 लड़कियों की कहानी।
This is a clear case of misinformation. There is nothing happening in Kerala like that. This is only to tarnish the image of Kerala in front of the rest of the Indian states. This is a narrative of the communist forces. This is a Sangha Parivar agenda. They are trying to spread the hatred among the people.
I would like to wish all the best to the team of Kerala Story. Kerala is one of the best states in India, but yes, we do have some issues. Radicalization and nearly 100 people joining ISIS terrorists is a very serious issue that we confront. Definitely it should be highlighted, but saying that 32,000 girls have gone missing from Kerala and India is a gross exaggeration. That's a lie, and we should not encourage such lies. I'm a proud Hindu activist. I fight issues like forced conversions. We should definitely have an anti-forced conversion law, like Father of the Nation Mahatma Gandhi said. But the point is, we need to have a proportion, a sense of proportion when we deal with sensitive matters.
Well, it's a controversy that is brewing over that teaser. What the government says that there is, in fact, the opposition there demanding a ban on this movie. It's called The Kerala Story, and there's a complainant in this entire matter also. There are allegations that all of this is just fabricated? Listen to what the complainant said.
இது உண்மை கதைன்னு அவங்க சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த ஒரு 32,000 பெண்கள் வந்து மதம் மாறி தீவிரவாதி ஆயிருக்காங்கன்ட்டு நம்ம ஒரு கால்குலேஷன் போட்டோம்னா ஒரு நாளைக்கு கேரளாவில் 9 பேர் மதம் மாறி தீவிரவாதி ஆகிறாங்கிறது தான் அதனுடைய அர்த்தம். இது ஒட்டுமொத்தமா இந்த நாட்டையே பயங்கரவாத நாடாக சித்தரிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு அபாயகரமான ஒரு பொய்யான தகவல்கள் அடங்கிய ஒரு திரைப்படம். படம் வெளியில வந்தது அப்படின்னாவே அது உள்துறை அமைச்சகத்தினுடைய முழுமையான தோல்வியை வந்து அது வெளிப்படுத்திடும்.
Shibi Mol is getting us more details on that story. Shibi, explain to us the position of the government of Kerala on all of this and also what the opposition really wants.
Well, Sneha, ever since this movie's teaser dropped, there has been controversies and debates on whether the figure mentioned in the trailer, in the teaser, that's the 32,000 women, is it true or not? Now, there was a complaint filed. We just heard the complainant say that the figures are wrong and it's a deliberate attempt to tarnish the image of Kerala. Even when I spoke to the complainant, he kept mentioning this in the letter also, in the letter as well as to me also. He was saying that the 32,000 figure, where was that number? Where was that figure acquired from? How can they claim it, is what he said. And he has written to Chief Minister. Now, the Chief Minister's office has forwarded a complaint. Now, we have to get a confirmation whether it was this particular journalist's complaint or any other complaint, or it is a suo motu decision also. But a complaint was sent to the DGP's office, and the DGP has now directed Thiruvananthapuram Commissioner to file an FIR against the film. In fact, the Kerala Police's cyber crime cell has conducted an inquiry into the matter, and that's based on that report is what the DGP has now directed the commissioner to file a case. In fact, that's what we're able to understand. They did an internal inquiry, and based on that report. In fact, the opposition, that's the government's stand. Now, the government has directed to take a case against the film. Now, the opposition, when we spoke to VD Sadish, the opposition leader said that he also repeated this. He also spoke on the same line that this is an agenda, and this is just to spread hatred. Remember, Kerala is a part of India itself. Now, a movie made based with the name The Kerala Story is a deliberate attempt, is what he said. He said that if the government is not taking a stand, we have decided to approach the court. We have to move legally, is what the opposition leader said. He went on to say that we are also demanding a ban on the film. He said that we're not against the freedom of expression that can be used in films, but this is factually wrong. 32,000. What data? Was there a data from the NIA side or the police's records that has been used to claim that 32,000? So now, ever since the movie, there have been debates on this is not true, this is whether it's true or not, but...
Right, Shijimol getting us all of those details. I'm thanking you for the moment. There's a big controversy that is brewing now over the trailer of that film, The Kerala Story, which has been just released. In other news, R. Mahesh, the mayor of Nagercoil city of Tamil Nadu, is under fire after the BJP accused him of giving death threats to the Saffron Party cadre. The BJP and its alliance partner, the DMK, have alleged that Mahesh gave death threats to BJP workers. Their allegations are based on a video which showed the DMK leader making a slicing gesture with his hand as he spoke about BJP workers at an event in Nagercoil in Kanyakumari. Speaking to India Today, R. Mahesh said he did not say anything like that, and the allegations against him were made only for political gains.
நான் மேயராக இருக்கின்ற இந்த மாநகராட்சியில் நான் மாவட்ட செயலாளராக இருக்கின்ற இந்த மாவட்டத்தில் ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சியை நடத்துகின்ற போது ஊறு விளைவிக்க வேண்டும் என்று நினைத்து உன் கொடியல்ல எதையாவது தலையை நீட்டினால் தெரிந்துகள் அதை செய்வதற்கு நாம் தயாராக இருக்கிறோம். என் மீது வழக்கு வந்தாலும் உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் 32 வருஷமா இந்த வழக்கறிஞர் தொழிலையே நடத்திட்டு இருக்கோம்.
DMK has lost people's trust and people are slowly gravitating towards BJP in a big way, and they are showing their anger across Tamil Nadu, attacking our BJP cadres, arresting our BJP cadres, and now threatening our BJP cadres verbally. So they believe by threatening they can cow down BJP's voice or they can stop our growth. We are not going to be afraid of all this kind of things. We will only double down our aggression with respect to asking questions, with respect to playing very productive politics, as well as being a very responsible opposition.
Akshay Nath is getting us more details on that. Akshay, just tell us what exactly is this conspiracy really about? The mayor says that all of this is being done to discredit him. What's really happening there?
Well, Sneha, what has happened in Nagarkoil a couple of days earlier is that during a DMK event, BJP cadres had hoisted their flags right next to the DMK flag. So that has created a little bit of rift between the two groups, and it is seen that though the flags were removed of the BJP immediately by the DMK, later on, 2 days earlier, during a stage event, the DMK mayor has gone on to say that on stage that these kind of activities will not be taken lightly. And during the event, the mayor is also seen using a body language, using his hands to gesture a certain way in which he's saying that the slit of throat is what is indicated in that video. But now the mayor says that he did not do any hand gestures, and he also denied using any unparliamentary languages. He only stated that this entire scenario was only the DMK warning any political parties from unnecessarily creating any kind of issues. Meanwhile, the BJP leader Annamalai has spoken to India Today, and he very clearly stated that these kind of comments which are being made by the DMK leadership against the BJP only shows that the BJP is growing in the state of Tamil Nadu, and the fear factor is what is calling for these kind of untoward dialogue from DMK leadership, and this will not be tolerated but will be dealt with iron hands. They will be appealing to the court. They've already registered a complaint, is what Annamalai had also stated to us. So we need to wait and watch what will happen next. But we need to remember the State Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had also earlier stated and had requested all his party cadres to restrain while making comments.
To you for more stories, in fact, from the state of Tamil Nadu. We have some news, in fact, just coming in. Let's go first straight to that. DMK and its alliances have signed and submitted a memorandum to President Draupadi Murmu asking immediate withdrawal of Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi. Remember, just a few days ago, T.R. Balu had called the MPs of DMK and like-minded ally parties to sign a memorandum demanding the removal of the governor. Akshay Nath continues to be with us. Akshay, this is an ongoing fight that we've been seeing for days together between the DMK and the governor, and they're just building pressure. Now submitting a memorandum to the president saying that the governor needs to go.
Yes, Sneha, we've been seeing that the DMK and its ally partners have been continuously talking about how Governor R.N. Ravi is acting in an unconstitutional manner, has been making remarks which is divisional, and earlier we had seen the Secular Progressive Alliance, which is the DMK and its allies, writing a very strongly worded statement stating that R.N. Ravi has been making remarks that are not appropriate for a governor to do, but were only indicators of trying to appease the BJP leadership in the centre. And right now we're seeing that T.R. Balu, who had also called for DMK and its alliance MPs to sign a memorandum, has now written a proper memorandum which is to be submitted to the president. In that too, they have stated about how around 20 bills which were passed by the state assembly is still lying pending at the governor's office. And they have also complained saying that the governor is not acting for the state but is acting in a partisanal manner only in supportive of a particular political party, and that is not appropriate for the role of a governor, and they want his removal is what the memorandum that T.R. Balu has now done.
All right, I'm thanking you for the moment, Akshay Nath, getting us details of another controversy that's brewing between the DMK and the governor. With that report, it's time for a quick break here. On the other side, movie star Rashmika Mandana breaks her silence on the constant hate to address online trolling.
News is about putting people first.
Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. Now, facing vicious troll attacks, movie star Rashmika Mandana has finally broken her silence on the constant hate, penning a lengthy note to address online trolling. Rashmika has said that she was asked to ignore the negativity, but it has only gotten worse. The diva also spoke about being targeted for things she has not even said. A couple of things have been troubling me these last few days, or weeks or months, or maybe even years now, and I think it's time I address it. I'm only speaking for myself, something I should have done years ago. I have been on the receiving end of a lot of hate ever since I started my career. Quite literally a punching bag for a lot of trolls and negativity out there, quote unquote. The actor further added that the trolling has been quite demoralizing as she puts in a lot of work to make her fans and audiences happy. Popular movie star Samantha in an interview revealed that she was battling an autoimmune disorder called myositis. I filed this report earlier explaining what this disease is and how does really one cope with it. Take a look.
Some days are good days, some days are bad days. Some days, ఒక్కొక్క రోజు అయితే ఇంకొక అడుగు ముందే ఏలేనని అనిపిస్తుంది. But
superstar Samantha breaking down as she talks about a fight against myositis, an autoimmune disorder. She's been ruling the screen and is one of the most popular actors in the country today. And for the first time, she's publicly spoken about her health condition.
Some days are good days, some days are bad days. Some days ఒక్కొక్క రోజు అయితే ఇంకొక అడుగు ముందే ఏలేనని అనిపిస్తుంది. బట్ కొన్ని రోజులు తిరిగి చూస్తుంటే ఇంత దాటేసి వచ్చాను అనిపిస్తుంది. I'm here to fight.
The actor last month had shared the shocking news about her autoimmune disease, myositis. In spite of her health condition, Samantha has been focusing on her work. She's been promoting her upcoming film, Yashoda. Her motto, she says, has been to shower, shave and show up. Samantha has clarified that myositis is not life-threatening and that she's fighting back. So what is myositis? It is a rare autoimmune disorder that leads to inflammation and weak aching muscles. Those suffering from myositis tend to have frequent falls and get tired easily after walking. Even standing can be exhaustive. The disease can affect other organs. It can cause weight loss and night sweats as well. In most cases, the pain and feeling of being unwell are eased with drugs. Saying that she's fighting back, actress Samantha has resumed work and earning praise for a positive attitude. In New Delhi, Sneha Murdani for India Today. All right, the report brings us to the end of this edition. You can find that and many more such stories that's going up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. Thanks for watching.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Europe saw the world's biggest rise in arms imports in the past 5 years, a trend set to accelerate following recent rearmament commitments. How are arms traded across the world, and what is this industry's worth? International trade in conventional weapons is worth an estimated 100 billion USD annually. The industry's products range from light weapons to warships and military defense systems. Nearly 40% of arms exports originate in the United States, but Russia, France, China and Germany are also major suppliers. Europe shows the strongest growth in trade, 19%, a trend that should consolidate with the new Russian threats. Widely accessible weapons cause suffering and destruction. A global treaty aimed at reducing the irresponsible transfer of conventional weapons came into force in December 2014. Its strict criteria controlling sales aims to ensure participating countries avoid breaking international embargoes and reduce the number of weapons used for genocide, war crimes, or terrorism. Many of the 130 signatory countries, including the US, have still not ratified the arms trade treaty, while Russia and China have not even signed it. The International Committee of the Red Cross says there is still a discrepancy between political commitments and the ease with which arms are transferred to actors who do not respect international law.
Kamal Haasan in a way is the elephant in the room. When you got married to him or when you first started a relationship with him, I remember the film magazine would always brand you as the other woman. And it couldn't have been easy. You left Mumbai, moved to Chennai, gave up your successful film career. On hindsight, any regrets?
Of course not.
Of course not.
I'm not asking you. I'm posing and saying, of course not.
No, not at all. You know, basically, I always say this. If given a chance once, twice, thrice, 4 times also, I would live my life exactly the way I have lived it. Everything is good at a point, Rajdeep. Things go bad later. Otherwise, I would not have got up, left everything and gone. So, no regrets.
Presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Atta, Raho Char Kadam Aage.
You are watching India Today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Garbage politics erupts in Delhi ahead of MCD elections. Deputy Chief Minister visits Ghazipur landfill site, attacks the BJP's misrule. The Saffron Party points to garbage piles in Punjab. Teaser of movie The Kerala Story triggers storm. Film claims conversion of 32,000 Kerala women. Teaser claims 32,000 women join the ISIS. FR to be filed. Opposition demands ban. India Today exclusive news quake. Tharoor's jibe hints at widening cracks within the Congress. Tharoor taunts Rahul, says hope Rahul takes break from Yatra for Gujarat votes. Delhi-NCR and parts of North India feel strong tremors of an earthquake of magnitude 6.3 that hit Nepal. 6 dead in epicenter Dolti in Nepal. Actor Rashmika opens up on receiving online hatred, says, I understand I'm not everyone's cup of tea. Who will win control of US Congress? Midterms to decide Biden and Trump's futures. Projections show Republicans are favorites. New Zealand will take on Pakistan in the first semi-final of the T20 World Cup at the Sydney Cricket Ground today. News coming in right now. Protests erupt over anti-Hindu remark. Congress Neta's anti-Hindu jibe triggers row. BJP stages protests in Bengaluru. The Congress Neta, in fact, had said the meaning of Hindu is dirty. Hindu is a Persian word, is what Satish Jarkiholi, KPCC working president, is accused of having said, which has, in fact, led to this storm. My colleague Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining me live at the moment from that BJP protest. Nagarjun, what is happening at the moment? The BJP, of course, upping the ante against the Congress party. Okay, we will try and connect with my colleague Nagarjun. He's, of course, live at that protest site where the BJP is, in fact, agitating against the statement of Satish Jarkiholi, who had said that the meaning of Hindu is very dirty. Hindu actually is a Persian word. It has led to a huge controversy where the BJP has attacked him, all guns blazing. Now they're staging a protest in Bengaluru as well against that remark which was made by Satish Jarkiholi. My colleague Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining me live at the moment. Nagarjun, the BJP, of course, they're upping the ante against the Congress party over Satish Jarkiholi's comments.
This morning, the BJP Yuva Morcha in Karnataka has upped the ante and are protesting against Satish Jarkiholi's statements, and they're demanding his apology. And let me show you what is happening. This is in the Mysore Bank Circle in Bengaluru city. The placard says, Congress Dushta Manasthiti, Satish Jarkiholi, Ee Maatugalu, Nanu Swabhimani Hindu, Dikkara, Dikkara, Satish Jarkiholi Maatugalige Dikkara. What the placard says is, down Satish Jarkiholi's statements, I am a self-respecting Hindu, I am a Hindu with Swabhiman, and this shows the Congress mentality is what the placard says. Right now the BJP Yuva Morcha is saying, let Satish Jarkiholi extend an apology and all Hindus are together. On what basis did Satish Jarkiholi make such statements? Does anyone go by Wikipedia? If he's quoting Wikipedia saying Hindu is a Persian word, so many other evidences are there on Wikipedia also. Why is he not considering that? While Satish Jarkiholi remains defiant, even after Congress leaders asking him to withdraw his statements, he stands his ground, says he would not withdraw his statements, and also has challenged the Congress party that if at all they prove him wrong, he would extend his resignation. This is not just in Bengaluru city, but across Karnataka protests have erupted. We saw in Belgaum itself yesterday, there were protests by the BJP party, and today here in Bengaluru and Gadag and other parts of Karnataka as well. The whole point of contention right now is an apology need to be given from Satish Jarkiholi is what the BJP is saying, but Congress has taken another stand that we have nothing to do with Satish Jarkiholi's comment and its individual choice. Satish Jarkiholi, on the other hand, remains defiant and is unwilling to tender an apology, and this protest will continue till he extends an apology, is what the BJP says.
Right. So the Congress, of course, are distancing itself from the remarks made by Satish Jarkiholi, saying that he's made that in his own personal individual capacity. But how damaging is that? Nagarjun, could you speak to some of the party workers over there or the leaders who've gathered from the Bharatiya Janata Party over there staging a protest against Satish Jarkiholi?
Let me try taking the voices to one of the BJP activists here and speak to them, and also let me take what their voices are. Live ಅಲ್ಲ ಏನಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಹಿಂದೂ ಜಾರಕಿಹೊಳಿ ಅವರು ಹಿಂದೂ ವಿರೋಧವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ,
ಸತೀಶ್ ಜಾರಕಿಹೊಳಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ವಿಕಿಪೀಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ನಾನು ಬುಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ, ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ
ಅವರು. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದೆ, ಒಂದು ಖಾಸಗಿ ವಾಹಿನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಂತ ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂಲಿ ಸತೀಶ್ ಜಾರಕಿಹೊಳಿ ಅವರು ಅತಿ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರ ರೀತಿ ವರ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ರಿ, ನೀವೇ ತೋರಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಈ ಪ್ರಕರಣದಿಂದ ನುಣುಚ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಜಾರಕಿಹೊಳಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬಿಡೋ ಮಾತೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಬಹಿರಂಗವಾಗಿ ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತದ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳನ್ನ ಕ್ಷಮೆ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದೆ ಅಂತ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಪ್ರೂಫ್ ಇದೆ. ಸತೀಶ್ ಜಾರಕಿಹೊಳಿ ಹೆಸರು ಕೂಡ ಜಾರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ? ಜಾರ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಇದೆ. ಹಂಗ ಅನ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಜಾರಕಿಹೊಳಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬೇರೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಕಟ್ಟಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಗಂಡು ಸುಳೆ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರು
70-80% ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ 78-80% ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳು. ಟುಡೇ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ದ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಹಿಂದೂ ಇನ್ percentage wise is 70 to 80%. Mr. Satish Jarkioli is demotivating the Hindus and he is going to demotivate the Hindu Karyakartas. This is not tolerated. Today that India is in the different way. We are going to, this is the starting of the protest. We will in future this will be in the big.
As you heard, they're saying 70 to 80% of the India's population is of Hindus, and he has to tender an apology. On what basis did he make such statements? Satish Jarkioli said it's based on Wikipedia. Is Wikipedia good enough source to make such bizarre statement is what the protesters are saying. They're saying till he extends an apology, the protest will continue.
Right. Nagarjun, what are the Congress party leaders in fact saying about these comments which have been made by Satish Jarkioli? How is the Congress reacting to it?
In fact, starting from Randeep Surjewala, the in charge of Karnataka Congress, has said Satish Jarkioli statements has to be withdrawn. D.K. Shivkumar, president here, has said that it's condemnable and Jarkioli doesn't have any rights to comment on such things. Siddaramaiah also has said the same thing that party has said it's his personal comment and not party's official stand. It is only Mr. Jarkioli within the Congress saying I will stick to my statement. Across the party in Congress, every leader has condemned the statement, and just months before election, many top leaders in the Congress feel this is an unnecessary controversy that Satish Jarkioli is brewing here in Karnataka.
What makes Nagarjun Satish Jarkioli as defiant in the face of all of these reactions that are pouring in, not just from political opponents in the state, which is the Bharatiya Janata Party, but also within the Congress party? If leaders are stating categorically that his statements are condemnable, that they don't stand with him, what makes Satish Jarkioli so defiant?
Because he's quoting certain books written by the right-wingers. He says that in that book also it says the word Hindu comes from Iran, Iraq and from Persian language. He says that the book also quotes, and this is not any other book, this is Dayanand Saraswati. He is written in the book also and Wikipedia as well. And next thing he remains defiant is about I didn't insult the whole community. I only says the word origin should be debated. What is wrong in a debate? I never insulted the whole community. Is seeking a debate and insult, then I can't do much. It is only up to the interpretation of people.
Right. Nagarjun, stay on with us. Ms. Malvika Avinash is joining us over the phone line right now. How do you react to the statements which have been made by Satish Jarkioli, which he seems completely defiant about, stands and sticks with those statements?
So this clearly exposes the mindset of Satish Jarkioli as well as that of the Congress. One is that Satish Jarkioli, one must understand, this is the first time it's come out in the national media where channels like yourself are discussing it. But he is a repeat offender. This is not the first time that he is making insulting comments against the Hindu faith. Now the Congress party seems oblivious to all of this, which effectively means they endorse what he is saying. The fact that they have not taken any action against him itself goes on to prove that they are fine with what he is saying. They exposes their mindset towards the majority community of this country. So 75 years they have done this for vote bank politics. They continue to do it despite the fact that they have been decimated across the country. So they will be in Karnataka too.
Right, so you're saying that this exposes the mindset of the Congress party. He, of course, as an individual, stands quite defiant. You say he's a repeat offender. The Congress has distanced itself, but the fact is he's telling the BJP and he's challenging the BJP and the Chief Minister of Karnataka and saying, prove me wrong and I will resign immediately as an MLA.
Since when has he become an expert both in Persian as well as in philosophy and religion and all of that? Can I ask him that? Since when has he become an expert that he is challenging others? What makes him think that he is an expert?
Well, he believes he is right.
Then he is wrong. He has to know he is wrong, that's all. He may believe whatever he wants to, but he is wrong.
You think the Congress party should be taking action against him?
clearly so. He's inviting the action. He's saying he's so defiant and he's inviting action. And yet, I don't know for what the Congress party is thinking. They're worried about the minority vote. You see, Siddaramaiah has no difference. It's just that perhaps he's not spoken this very language. But Siddaramaiah is as disrespectful to the Hindus as Satish Jarkioli is. And he has not made any bones about it. In the garb of being rational, the only religion and the only community they attack are the Hindus. Their rationalism never extends to other communities or other religions. This is the Congress party's traditional work at play, and it's no different this time.
Okay. Ms. Avinash, thank you so much for speaking to India Today this morning. Let's listen in to what the Congress MLA had said earlier, and then, of course, his clarification where he continues to be defiant.
हिंदू शब्द कहाँ से आ गया? ये हमारा है? पर्शियन का है? पर्शियन का है? ईरान, इराक, कजाकिस्तान, उज्बेकिस्तान, फिर भारत का उधर का क्या संबंध है? फिर आपका कैसा होगा ये हिंदू? फिर आपको इतने उसको ऊपर बिठा के क्यों आप जा रहे हैं? ನಾ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ತಪ್ಪಿಲ್ಲ. ಸತ್ಯಾರ್ಥ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಇದೆ. ಬಾಲಗಂಗಾಧರ ತಿಲಕ್ ಅವರ ಕೇಸರಿ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಕೇವಲ 3-4 ನಾನು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ವಿಕಿಪೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ, ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಆಗ್ತೈತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ತಾವು ತೆರೆದು ನೋಡಬೇಕು. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಓಕೆ, ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸತೀಶ್ ಜಾರಕಿಹೊಳಿ ಅವರು ಕ್ಷಮೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಕ್ಷಮೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, MLA ಸ್ಥಾನ ಕೂಡ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅವರು.
Priyank Kharge of the Congress party is joining us over the phone line right now. Mr. Kharge, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. Does the Congress party support the statements that have been made by Satish Jarkiholi?
See, already Mr. Randeep Singh Surjewala has clarified the stand, and so has the PCC president clarified the party stand on that. Having said that, Mr. Jarkiholi seems to have, he's done some research on it, and whatever is the etymological origins of the word, let it be discussed is all he's asking. So what is the BJP protesting about? So let them also do their homework, let them do their research, and let them talk to Mr. Satish Jarkiholi. He's asked them for a debate. Let them go for a debate. Them protesting is nothing but, again, they're diverting the issue from their misgovernance in Karnataka.
No, but the question is...
trying to divert their issue from the pothole death in Bangalore. They're trying to divert the issue from their 40% government here. So it's nothing but standard operating procedure of the BJP. So let them discuss the origin of the word if they are confident about it. Mr. Satish seems to be confident about it. So let the discussion is all he's asking. Why are they so hesitant about a debate?
But on the one hand, while Mr. Surjewala, of course, says that it's deeply unfortunate, deserves to be rejected, and we condemn it unequivocally, you're also saying that let's debate this, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying what Mr. Satish Jarkiholi is saying is he's calling them for a debate. If you heard his speech, he says it should be debated. That's all he's asked. And it is a personal view also is what he said. So,
I'm asking you as a congressman, sir, do you agree with his statement or not?
My stand, the party stand, madam, has already been clarified by Randeep ji as well as Mr. Shivkumar ji. He is our PCC president and he is our in-charge general secretary. So there lies the matter of the party stand. Whereas Mr. Jarkiholi's personal stand is very clear, and he is saying that he is ready to debate.
Okay, Mr. Kharge, thank you so much for joining us this morning on India Today. In fact, this has led to a major row. This is another shocker, in fact, from the Congress leader, the senior Congress leader, who's also the working president of the party's Karnataka unit, Satish Jarkiholi, has stirred another row by claiming that Hindu is a dirty word and its meaning originates from Persia. His remark was controversial, and his defense was even more bizarre. Despite outrage and the hangama, the tamasha, the Congress Neta has refused to apologize and has been standing by his remark.
हिंदू शब्द कहाँ से आ गया? ये हमारा है. हिंदू का जो मीनिंग है वो बहुत गंदी है.
The word Hindu is Persian and has no links to India. It has
an extremely dirty meaning. The controversial remarks by Karnataka Congress working president Satish Jarkioli has sparked off massive outrage.
हिंदू शब्द कहाँ से आ गया? ये हमारा है? पर्शियन का है? पर्शियन का है? ईरान, इराक, कजाकिस्तान, उज्बेकिस्तान, फिर भारत का उधर का क्या संबंध है? फिर आपका कैसा होगा ये हिंदू? आपका नहीं है। फिर आपको इतने उसको ऊपर बिठा के क्यों आप जा रहे हैं? हिंदू का जो मीनिंग है वो बहुत गंदी है।
Despite facing massive flack, the Congress leader remains defiant, sticking to his guns, referring to Wikipedia to prove his point, refusing to apologize.
जो हमने किसी को निंदा किया है, गाली दिया है, ये हमारा है, हमने कोट किया है, प्रूव होना चाहिए ना, ऐसे ही हम माफी मांगे।
The BJP has turned the heat on Jarkioli, calling his remarks anti-Hindu and his behavior anti-national, blaming the Congress mindset for a tirade against Hindus.
ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಭಾವನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಧಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋ ರೀತಿ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡೇ ಕೇವಲ ಕೋಟಿಗಾಗಿ ತುಷ್ಟಿಯ ರಾಜಕಾರಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಂತರಿಕ ಕ್ಷೋಭೆಯನ್ನು ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇದು ದೇಶದ್ರೋಹದ ಕೆಲಸ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಮತ ಅನ್ನೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
The Congress promptly distanced itself from Satish Jarkioli's remarks, giving a meek defense that he has been told to withdraw his remarks.
Satish Jarkioli's statement is purely his own statement. Congress party will not agree it. We condemn it. Our party is a party with a lot of history, culture, multi-language, multi-religion. We have formed out of it. We don't want to hurt anyone's sentiment. So we have asked the explanation from him.
Amidst this raging war of words, Satish Jarkioli came out with another dare, telling his critics to prove him wrong.
अगर कोई का कह दिया अपॉलॉजी करो, अपॉलॉजी क्यों नहीं करेंगे हम? प्रूव कर दीजिए, प्रूव करने के बाद अगर प्रूव हो गया तो हम हमारा स्थान को हम रिजाइन कर देंगे.
Several opposition leaders have been in the eye of a storm for allegedly insulting Hindu religion, including former Home Minister Shivraj Patil, linking jihad to the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, DMK's A. Raja calling Hindus Shudras and children of sex workers.
वो महाभारत के अंदर जो गीता का जो भाग है उसके अंदर भी श्री कृष्ण की अर्जुन को भी जिहाद की बात ही कहते हैं.
இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை சூத்திரன், சூத்திரனாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ விபச்சாரின் மகன், இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ பஞ்சவன், இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ தீண்டத்தகாதவன். எத்தனை பேர் விபச்சாரி மகனாக இருக்க விரும்புகிறீர்கள், எத்தனை பேர் தீண்டத்தகனாக இருக்க விரும்புகிறீர்கள் என்கின்ற கேள்வியை உரக்க சொன்னால்தான் அது சனாதனத்தை முறியடிக்கின்ற அடிநாதமாக அமையும் என்பதை.
Is there a bid by some of India's political leaders to use inciting remarks against Hindus with a clear eye on political gains? With Sagai Raj and Nagarjun Dwarkanath in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
News coming in right now. The Kerala government has decided to bring in an ordinance to remove the governor from chancellor post of all universities in Kerala. The decision came after a cabinet meeting, in fact, today that happened in Kerala. So big news that's coming in right now. This is the latest chapter in the face-off between the state government of Kerala and the governor's office, where in fact an ordinance has decided to be moved that will in fact remove the governor from chancellor posts of all universities. My colleague Shibi Mole is joining me over this story. Shibi, give us more details as to what went down leading to this decision from the cabinet today that an ordinance will be passed which will in fact remove the governor from all chancellor posts at universities?
Well, Paulami, as we know, since the past few months, we've been seeing this Kerala government versus government clash majorly over the universities in Kerala, with the Kerala governor asking all the university vice chancellors to submit their resignation the very next day. So this has been going on since a while, and there were reports that the government is planning to bring an ordinance to remove the Kerala governor. It was held in Thiruvananthapuram, in which the government has decided to bring in an ordinance to remove governor from Kerala Governor Arif Mohammad Khan as from chancellor post of all universities. He is currently the chancellor of 14 universities in Kerala, except for NUALS, which is the National Institute of Advanced Legal Studies. Except for that particular university, all the universities, he is the vice chancellor. So the government, since the past few weeks, has been seeking a lot of legal advice on this issue. They have organized a committee also to submit a report. What are the possibilities legally? What are the possibilities to bring in this ordinance? And now, right now, what we are understanding is that based on that report, they have decided to go ahead with this. Now, they are considering the report had said that either the ministers, now health ministry means the health universities covering health can come under health minister, education university education. It can also come under the ministers heading various departments, as well as educational experts can hold the post of chancellor. If not, the governor is what the report has said, and based on that report, the Kerala government has now decided. Now, this is clearly sending out a political message out there, because Kerala Governor Arif Mohammad Khan earlier have also said that if you don't want me to continue as the chancellor, remove me. He has asked Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan to take over the post from him. In fact, there were also discussions whether Chief Minister should take over as the chancellor, but he denied it. He said that he doesn't want to become the chancellor, but they are considering right now to bring in educational experts as chancellor. Now, the governor needs to sign this. In fact, there are options. They can send this ordinance. The government can send this ordinance to governor. He can send it back to the government to reconsider it. And if not, there's another third option. That is to send it to the president. Now, we know in many states like Tamil Nadu and West Bengal also, these ordinances and these bills to remove governor as chancellor were introduced, and a lot of clash regarding that is going on in many other states also. In fact, right now what we can understand is the Kerala government here is clearly making it evident that we are not going behind any step. We are not taking a step back in this fight with governor that's been going on in the state since a long time. Paulo.
Right. Shibi Mol there reporting from Thiruvananthapuram. She, of course, bringing us this breaking piece of information at the moment that the Kerala cabinet now has decided to pass an ordinance to remove the governor as the chancellor of universities, all universities at the moment. Mr. Binoy Visham, CPI MP, is over the phone line with me right now. Mr. Visham, this is of course escalating things as far as the face-off between the Kerala state government and the governor's office is concerned, because the government now in a cabinet meeting has decided to pass an ordinance which will in fact remove Governor Arif Mohammad Khan as the chancellor of all universities.
There is nothing special in that, because it is the government of Kerala and the Assembly of Kerala that decided to make the governor the chancellor of the universities. And that assembly and that government has the right to make an amendment to that provision also. In that way, the government can be no more the chancellor of any universities. Nothing special on that. Many states have done it, and this comes within the purview of the state government, right? So I think it's called a natural. There is no reason to make it a big issue.
Mr. Vishram, this of course comes off the back of the decision that Governor Arif Mohammad Khan had taken in order to remove the VCs of at least 11 universities, citing that their appointment was not in accordance with UGC norms. Didn't he have the right to do so?
In that matter, the people of Kerala should say categorically and emphatically to the country that what Mr. Khan does in Kerala as the chancellor of the universities is beyond his rights, and it is not doing anything which will make the universities more functionable and more efficient. He is trying to create a confusion, a chaos in the universities. And he is trying to undermine the grade of the university system, education system in the state of Kerala. He stands in the forefront in the whole country on higher education.
Right. Mr. Vishram, thank you so much for speaking to India Today, sir. News coming in right now. Fight over Lotus in G20 official logo. A day after Prime Minister Modi unveiled the new G20 logo, the Congress has attacked the Lotus symbol in the G20 logo. The Congress, in fact, has said that 70 years ago, the Congress symbol rejected as the India flag. BJP is shamelessly promoting party politics as it unveiled that G20 logo. It was unveiled yesterday. The theme, the logo and the website of India's G20 presidency had been in fact unveiled by Prime Minister Modi yesterday via video conferencing, in fact. And now this has not gone down very well with the Congress. The Congress has objected to the Lotus symbol in that G20 logo, saying that this is the BJP using an international forum and its logo to play party politics. So this is, of course, what is happening as far as that face-off between the Congress and the BJP is concerned. Prime Minister had, like I said, unveiled that logo only yesterday via video conferencing as India assumes presidency of the G20. The Congress now is saying that this is, in fact, partisan politics that the BJP is playing with the G20 logo. The Prime Minister, in fact, was addressing that video conference yesterday where he, in fact, had stated that it will be our effort that there should be no first world or third world, but only one world, as he was, of course, addressing on the anvil of India assuming the G20 presidency. Rahul Gautam is joining me live at the moment. Rahul, give us more details of what the Congress party has said objecting to that G20 logo, which was unveiled by Prime Minister Modi yesterday.
It was a short while back, Mr. Jairam Ramesh, who is the media in charge of the Congress party, slammed BJP and the incumbent government for using Lotus as the logo for upcoming G20 summit. And in fact, the Congress party is alleging that such an important event is being used by BJP to promote itself. In fact, if you go through the tweet of Mr. Jairam Ramesh, he said that although the Congress party also had this opportunity 70 years back to turn Congress party symbol into a national flag. At that point of time, the then Prime Minister, Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru, rejected this proposal. On the contrary of this, on the other hand, the BJP is using such an important diplomatic event to further their political interests. So obviously you can expect now that the BJP is certainly going to come up with its own rebuttal, because Prime Minister himself said while unveiling this logo that the lotus signifies the resolve and also the harmony, and therefore it has been used as logo. So you can expect that this issue is certainly going to gather more heat in coming days, and certainly going to set a stage for confrontation between BJP and Congress party, because Congress spokesperson are now coming in, speaking with media person, putting in clear words that this is nothing short of a political event, an important diplomatic event being turned into a political event. And they said they're going to continue to criticize this move of the incumbent government.
Right, so the Congress party there, in fact, objecting to the lotus in the G20 logo. Shehzad Poonawala, national spokesperson of the BJP, is over the phone line with us this morning. Shehzad, how do you react to that criticism from the Congress party that this is BJP playing partisan politics using an international forum?
Some people in their haste to do Modi Virod have started doing Virod of even our national institutions and symbols and the national flower. Lotus was the national flower long before BJP even came into existence. Today, are they opposed to Lotus being the national flower also? And by the way, this flower, this Lotus, symbolizes our Astha, our Vasudev Kutumbakam philosophy, the fact that we are blooming like a lotus in the midst of darkness of economic crisis, Ukraine-Russia crisis, COVID crisis. This represents India's hope in the dark gloom of the world. But there are some people who, for the sake of opposing Modi ji, oppose EC, EVM, Supreme Court, armed forces, India's democratic institutions and national flower. I just have one question for me. Kamal Nath ke naam mein bhi Kamal hai. अब उसमें भी एजेंडा है क्या बीजेपी का? राजीव का मतलब कमल है, अब उसमें भी एजेंडा दिख रहा है क्या? ये राजीव और कमल का नाम भी बदल देंगे? मतलब हाउ लो कैन वी stoop and which bottomless pit of the barrel will Jairam Ramesh ji go to making these kinds of arguments? The lotus represents our collective heritage. And let me also tell Mr. Jairam Ramesh that Indonesia, which is hosting the presidency this year, has used a symbol which has a Hindu-Buddhist heritage. It's a Muslim-dominated country. Nobody is opposing. But Congress is opposing the lotus, the same lotus which is the asan of Mahalakshmi, which is the symbol of our Astha, which is the symbol of our Vasudev Kutumbakam, which is the symbol of our national consciousness as chosen by the Congress leaders and made into a national flower of this country. Look at what the Congress is doing today.
Shahzad Poonawalla, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Also, thank you to my colleague Rahul Gautam. R. Mahesh, the mayor of Nagarcoil city of Tamil Nadu, is under fire after the BJP accused him of giving death threats to the Saffron party cadres. The BJP and its alliance partner, the AIDMK, alleged that Mahesh gave death threats to BJP workers. The allegations were based on a video which showed the DMK leader making a slicing gesture with his hand as he spoke about BJP workers at an event in Nagarcoil, Kanyakumari. Speaking to India Today, R. Mahesh said that he did not say anything like that and that the allegations against him were made for political gains. So that is, of course, the allegation which has been levelled against the DMK leader, the DMK mayor of Nagarcoil in Tamil Nadu by the BJP, that he in fact was issuing death threats to BJP cadres because he made a slicing gesture with his hand. He, of course, denies that allegation.
நான் மேயராக இருக்கின்ற இந்த மாநகராட்சியில் நான் மாவட்ட செயலாளராக இருக்கின்ற இந்த மாவட்டத்தில் ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சியை நடத்துகின்ற போது ஊறு விளைவிக்க வேண்டும் என்று நினைத்து உன் கொடி அல்ல எதையாவது தலையை நீட்டினால் தெரிந்துகள் அதை செய்வதற்கு நாம் தயாராக இருக்கிறோம். என் மீது வழக்கு வந்தாலும் உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் 32 வருஷமா இந்த வழக்கறிஞர் தொழிலையே நடத்திட்டு இருக்கோம்.
DMK has lost people's trust and people are slowly gravitating towards BJP in a big way and they are showing their anger across Tamil Nadu, attacking our BJP cadres, arresting our BJP cadres, and now threatening our BJP cadres verbally. So they believe by threatening they can cow down BJP's voice or they can stop our growth. We are not going to be afraid of all this kind of things. We will only double down our aggression with respect to asking questions, with respect to playing very productive politics, as well as being a very responsible opposition.
My colleague Akshay Nath is now joining me live on this story. Akshay, what is the DMK saying about this allegation which the BJP is levelling against them and their party mayor from Nagarcoil?
Following speaking to India Today, the DMK mayor has clarified that he did not make any death threats. He had only warned any political parties from acting in a manner which would cause trouble for the interests of the DMK. He went on to quote an event that happened on November 2nd, where for a DMK event, when flags had been put across the area, the BJP cadres had gone and put up their flags as well for an event that they were not participating in. And that had created a lot of confusion and anger between the two groups. Later, the DMK had to remove those flags also. So citing that event, it seems like the DMK mayor had made the statement. He's gone on to further state that the hand gesture that was there on stage was not indicative of slitting the throat, but he was only trying to remove a mosquito which was there on his neck. These kind of trivial remark or clarifications which have been made by the DMK has not really gone down well with the opposition parties, Polami. The AIADMK and the BJP, both of them have lashed out at the DMK's leadership and even questioned as to what kind of rule book do the DMK leaders follow, despite, we seeing that MK Stalin, the Chief Minister, and the party leader warning that, he will come out with an iron hand if people make unnecessary remarks. And this DMK mayor has only made one such remark is the claim of the BJP and the AIADMK. We're also seeing that BJP's state president Annamalai, speaking to us exclusively, has also said that the way in which the DMK leadership is talking is only indicative of the BJP's growth in the state of Tamil Nadu. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what action will be taken against him. But the BJP's leaders in Nagercoil have given a police complaint with regard to this incident as well, Paul.
Right. Akshay, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud took oath as the 50th Chief Justice of India today after over 6 years as a judge of the Supreme Court. He will have a tenure of 2 years at the Apex Court of India. His father was former CJI Y.V. Chandrachud. Justice Chandrachud and his father are the only father-son duo to have reached the position of the Chief Justice of India in the country's judicial history. With several dissenting opinions, well-crafted judgments and inspiring and empathetic observations, Justice Chandrachud has, through his judgments, made observations on crucial issues of fundamental rights, privacy, gender sensitization and rights of women and LGBTQ+, among others.
So what would be your priorities as the Chief Justice of India?
Just 2 minutes. सामान्य नागरिक की सेवा करना यही मेरी प्रायोरिटी है. अब आप आगे देखते रहिए. कार्य से हम सारे भारत की सारे नागरिकों के लिए कार्य करेंगे. चाहे टेक्नोलॉजी में हो, चाहे रजिस्ट्री के रिफॉर्म्स में हो, जुडिशियल रिफॉर्म्स में हो, हर चीज़ में नागरिक का हम ध्यान रखेंगे.
Slipping into a very short break, coming up next, garbage politics erupts in Delhi ahead of the MCD elections. Deputy Chief Minister visits Ghazipur landfill site, attacks BJP's misrule.
You are watching India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Protests erupt over anti-Hindu remark. Congress Neta's anti-Hindu jibe triggers row. The BJP is staging a protest in Bengaluru as we speak. The Congress Neta Satish Jarkiholy had said that the meaning of Hindu is dirty. Hindu is a Persian word. He had remained defiant and defended his statement despite condemnation coming in from not just his political opponents but from within his own party as well, which distanced itself from his comments. You can see those images coming in right now from Bengaluru, where BJP party workers are burning effigies as they protest against the statement and demand an apology from Satish Jarkiholy. The BJP, of course, they're overall condemning the statement which has been made by Satish Jarkiholy, where he basically said that Hindu is a dirty word, that it originates from Persia, and those who are opposing him should go and read up on the same. He says that he's learnt of this from various books and Wikipedia. The BJP, of course, they're protesting now against those statements and remarks made by Satish Jarkiholy, who's also the state Congress unit's working president. The party, in fact, his own party, has distanced itself from his comments and said that the statements which have been made by Satish Jarkiholy are in his personal and individual capacity. My colleague Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining me with the phone line right now. Nagarjun, we can see those protests that in fact have now turned in a different direction, where effigies are being burnt by the BJP party workers.
That's true. In fact, that was not accounted for, is what the police said. They didn't know that the effigy was being burnt. Suddenly, the effigy was bought with Satish Jarkiholy's face on it, with poster on it. And in the middle of this Mysore Bank circle, which is a famous circle in Bangalore, they burned the effigy. The police came into action and immediately took the fire off. And they also dispersed the crowd. As we speak, the protest just ended and the crowd was disturbed after the burning of effigy. Their demand still is that it will continue across Karnataka until and unless Satish Jarkiholy apologizes and also quits politics because he has insulted the Hindus. And they also blame the Congress that they can't distance themselves with just saying it's his personal comment and we have nothing to do. He is a working president of the KPCC. He is a sitting MLA. He was former minister. How can Congress say we have nothing to do with it? He is the senior most leader there. And if he is only defiant and saying, I will not apologize, what hold or what ground does Congress have on its MLAs or on its leaders? So they are saying until and unless he extends apologies, the protest will continue. But at this point of time in Mysore Bank circle, the police have managed to disperse the crowd.
Okay. Nagarjun, thank you so much for all of those details. Massive BJP AAP face-off erupts in Delhi ahead of the MCD polls. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia visited the Ghazipur landfill site today. He targeted the BJP over the pile of garbage. He said that the Saffron Party is in no mood to clean up the landfill, and Aam Aadmi Party will not allow any further garbage grounds to be built in Delhi. The BJP hit back at the Aam Aadmi Party with a video of landfill from Punjab's Ludhiana and asked the Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal to focus on the piles of garbage in Punjab first. This is not the first time when both parties have locked horns over the Ghazipur garbage site. On October 27, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal visited the site and accused the BJP of building 3 garbage mountains across the national capital and filling it up with waste.
Even if one chooses to ignore the politics that's right now playing out of the Ghazipur landfill site, one would not be able to ignore the visuals behind me. You can see that this landfill site, which has been in the news for everything wrong, is now not even enough to contain the garbage of Delhi. You can see as my cameraman pans that a portion of the wall has collapsed in this very site. The incident took place on the intervening night of Sunday and Monday, which gives you the glaring picture that what's transpiring here. We know that Manish Sisodia from the Aam Aadmi Party will be visiting here shortly, but the scenes behind me is extremely shocking. This shouldn't have been the case, that the national capital's garbage is not enough to be contained in a landfill site, which is now leading to it overflowing and collapsing the walls. With video journalist Dalveer Singh, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today. सालों साल ये कहते हैं कि आईआईटी में ये लोग स्टडीज कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई सॉल्यूशन क्यों नहीं आ रही है? सालों साल ये सब चीजें ये कहते हैं
क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कोई नियत नहीं है ना। अब बीजेपी की नियत आप देखो, ऊंचे होते हुए पहाड़ को साइड में खाली जमीन में कूड़ा गिरा दिया ऊपर से निकाल के, और ये दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे कि साहब देखो कूड़ा तो कम हो गया, लेकिन यहाँ दीवार टूट गई और इनकी सारी साजिशें दिख गई, इनके पर्दाफाश हो गया इनका।
ये कितना अनफॉर्चुनेट है कि नेशनल कैपिटल का ऐसा इमेज कि एक लैंडफिल साइट इनफ नहीं है गार्बेज कंट्रोल करने के लिए, दीवारें टूट रही है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की समझ की कमजोरी है ये। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को गाली गलौज करने के अलावा, गुंडा करने के अलावा कभी कुछ काम आता है? कभी आपने सुना है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता बताते हो कि इसको कैसे ठीक कर रहे हैं? केवल आसपास फैला दिया इसको, इससे थोड़ी ठीक होता है।
क्योंकि एमसीडी में चुनाव है, कोई टाइमलाइन की कब आम आदमी पार्टी इस सिचुएशन से अगर जीतेंगे
बाद और अगले एमसीडी चुनाव से पहले केजरीवाल जी का पूरा प्लान है। यहाँ बिल्कुल इस तरह का कोई ढेर भी दिखाई नहीं देगा। आप पहाड़ की बात छोड़ दीजिए।
कूड़े का पहाड़, कूड़े का पहाड़, कूड़े का पहाड़। आजकल अरविंद केजरीवाल कूड़े के पहाड़ की राजनीति कर रहे हैं, और पिछले दिनों वो गाजीपुर में एक लैंडफिल साइट पे गए और उन्होंने उस कूड़े के पहाड़ को दिखाते हुए एक अजूबा दिखाया कि देखिए दिल्ली के अंदर ये कैसा कूड़े का पहाड़ है। लेकिन मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ वो कूड़े का पहाड़ आखिर है क्या। वो है एक लैंडफिल साइट जिसको गाजीपुर के अंदर 1984 के अंदर बनाया गया था। आज मुझे आना पड़ा पंजाब के अंदर लुधियाना में इस लैंडफिल साइट को, इस कूड़े के पहाड़ को दिखाने के लिए, जिसकी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को कोई फिक्र नहीं है, ना ही उनके मुख्यमंत्री भगवंत मान जी को कोई फिक्र है। आज मैं बताना चाहता हूँ ये जो कूड़े का पहाड़ है ये लुधियाना के अंदर आता है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आज तक इसका जिक्र नहीं किया। इसलिए मुझे यहाँ
65 करोड़ रुपया जो है वो सिर्फ एक प्रोजेक्ट पे खर्च हुआ है, वो है दिल्ली मेरठ रैपिड रेट ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम। उसके अलावा ये पैसा कहीं पर ठीक से खर्च नहीं हुआ। और ऑन ऑफ की जो फाइल को लेकर ये कहते हैं हर एक को ब्लेम करो, पूरी दुनिया के ऊपर आप तोहमत लगाओ, लेकिन खुद कोई काम मत करो। अभी इन्होंने तोहमत लगाई कि एलजी साहब ने फाइल साइन नहीं किया ऑन ऑफ का। हमने आरटीआई के माध्यम से जानने का प्रयास किया कि ऑन ऑफ की कोई स्टडी रिपोर्ट है दिल्ली पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड के पास, या कोई ऐसी दिल्ली सरकार ने कोई उससे जुड़ी हुई संबंधित कोई जांच करवाई है? तो जवाब नहीं है, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। और आप देखेंगे कि लगातार मौसम दिल्ली का खराब हो रहा है। ठंड बढ़ते ही दिल्ली के अंदर स्मॉग की दिक्कत शुरू हो जाती है। तो जब ये इनका आप जो रवैया है वो तय करें कि जब ये पंजाब में मुख्यमंत्री नहीं थे तो ये पंजाब और हरियाणा की सरकार को ब्लेम करते थे, फिर कहते थे मेरे हाथ में आएगा तो मैं पराली जलाना बंद करवा दूंगा। अब इनके हाथ में आया तो हरियाणा सुधर गया, लेकिन पंजाब के अंदर वो पराली जलाने के जो केसेस है वो बढ़े हुए हैं। दिल्ली में हम 10 स्मॉग टावर लगवाएंगे और वो नहीं लगी है, और उसमें जो 80 लाख रुपया महीने का मेंटेनेंस जा रहा है, तो मैं तो चाहूंगी कि एलजी साहब इसकी भी जांच करवा ले। ये भी छोटा मोटा कोई स्कैम ही लगता है कि 80 लाख मेंटेनेंस जा रहा है और वो जो टावर है वो अनमेंटेन्ड है, उस पर कोई काम नहीं हो रहा। 22 करोड़ रुपया जो है वो टावर पे खर्च हुआ है जो काम नहीं कर रही है। तो लगातार आपको जानकर हैरानी होगी कि जहां दिल्ली का मौसम खराब है, दिल्ली की हवा खराब है, इन्होंने हवा को सुधारने के लिए कोई काम नहीं किया है। वही केंद्र सरकार ने जो गाइडलाइंस है वो बना के दी, ईस्टर्न वेस्टर्न पेरिफेरल हाईवे बना के दिया, बाकी जो काम है वो करके दिए, लेकिन इनकी तरफ से जो दिल्ली सरकार का, राज्य सरकार का काम था वो कुछ नहीं हुआ। और एनवायरमेंट सेस जो है, वातावरण का जो सेस है, जो टैक्स है, वो किसी और काम पे खर्च भी नहीं हो सकता, और वो आपको वातावरण संबंधित कार्यों पे ही खर्च करना पड़ेगा। यही कारण है कि पिछले 7 साल के अंदर 272 करोड़ रुपया 1200 में से 1200 में से खर्च हुआ है, जो कि 265 करोड़ रुपया एक ही प्रोजेक्ट पे खर्च हुआ है, वो है दिल्ली मेरठ रैपिड रेट ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम। तो ये तो दिल्ली की हालत है। फ्रेंड्स, इट्स शॉकिंग द वे चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ दिल्ली इज choosing not to work for Delhi and only making political statements here, there, wherever, whereas the work requires him to be in Delhi. दिल्ली को कोई पार्ट टाइम सीएम की जरूरत नहीं है ना जी, दिल्ली को फुल टाइम सीएम चीफ मिनिस्टर की जरूरत है। तो फुल टाइम चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं होकर तो वो पार्ट टाइम चीफ मिनिस्टर है। There is a line which one can say, do not work except talk about the work.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
A touch screen enables users to interact directly with the display monitor. They become a feature of everyday life at supermarket checkouts, ATM machines, on GPS